All right, let's set some audio levels before we come back onto the camera part. Hello, good afternoon, perhaps good evening if you're in Europe. Welcome to the Zeldathon channel. How's this sound? How do I sound against the music? Hi. Lots of highs and hellos. Hello, hi, hello. Great. Thanks, Sean Rives. Sound good. I sound good. Let's make sure I look good. Hello! Welcome. Actually, the music is very loud for me. Let me see if I can do anything about that. The answer is probably not. Nope. We'll just loosen the earbuds a little bit. You'd love some more volume from me. Oh. Let's see if I can do that. I think I have me max. I am kind of far away. How about we do the... What if we do that? The problem will be that this will start to be very loud, and that's okay. That's kind of part of why we're here, is so I can knit. So, for the other thing I can do is I can turn down the music, and then all of you can just turn up your main volume. We could try that. You're still gonna... Knitting is... There's gonna be a lot of the clackety happening. We're gonna be getting this a lot. For like the first at least hour and a half, probably close to 2 hours. So hi, I should introduce myself. My name is Mojo. I'm a member of the Zeldathon team. I am one of our crafters. I play this instrument much better than I play any other instrument, including a video game controller. Confession time. I don't know that I've watched any of these teammate takeovers where we just take the opportunity to use the Zeldathon platform to do our own thing, where I'm just gonna knit and hang out with my friends. But I'm gonna make prizes to be donated to the next event, which, you know, there's always an event in the works. I don't remember how much of it is public knowledge. But I was going to make a hat and a scarf during the stream, and if we're still going strong, maybe I'll make even another knitted prize. There we go. But I was going to make a Rabio scarf. Do some coursework. Excellent. I love being a great background for things. Here we go. It's meant to be super chill. A lot of ASMR, and then just an opportunity to spend some time together. Yeah. I apologize in advance should we be graced with any more of the sound of them hauling away a bunch of down branches, because apparently that's happening across the street. I've heard a lot of just like backing up trucks and such. So, yeah, this is my knitting machine. I actually got to do, last side quest, I got to do an entire segment of me knitting with this knitting machine. It's very fast. I can knit, like I could knit what I'm making with this machine. It wouldn't be done in an hour and a half like it will with the clacky friend. You had a kid version of this? Yes. They exist. This one's kind of a high quality one. It's by the Addy brand, which also that's a brand of knitting needles as well. What is my current link hat record? I think my current PB is 59.16. Oh, you're gonna ask me that as though I have that pulled up. Hang on a second. Which tab? Where is that hidden? I'm gonna keep doing this while I look. 59.16. 57.12. 57.12 is the fastest completion that I have, start to finish, of a link hat. So slightly less than an hour, but only just. Yeah, but the last time that I did one was around Champions. Hi Link, how are you? How is everyone's day going? Mine's been good. I've had some productivity today. In addition to getting a stream set up, I got my car inspected. That was nice. And I went to the grocery store. So, and the goose is at school. I took him there. So, decision time. Do we want to do the scarf first, or do we want to do the half of the hat, then do the scarf, and then come back and finish the hat? What would you like? I'll give you a few moments to decide that while we just wax philosophical some more about Zelda-thon. Imagine having to get your car inspected. While I was there, one of the other customers was like, wouldn't it be great if we just abolished this? You know, other states, you don't have to do this. And I was like, okay. It's literally a 10-minute process. I pay $20 and they give me permission to send money to the state so that I can have a registration on my car. I'm fine with that. I also just, you know, don't want to have emissions. I want the car that appears to be functional, you know. Could you also make a hood with this? I have an idea about a way to make a hood. What I would do in that case, Leah, is I would make a scarf, and then I would seat the scarf. If you're still here in an hour and a half, I'll show you what I mean. How many Dannies are in Zelda-thon? Several. There are lots of Dannies. In Iowa, you don't have to have your cars over 10 years old. The registration is only $50 a year. Nice. Oh, I have closed down this. MK would be so disappointed to see me centerfold, but I'm gonna. There are lots of Dannies, because there are some secret Dannies as well. Like there's Danny Music and Danny Larcard and Dan, who's 8-bit, but there are other ones as well. So I can think of at least 5. I can think of 2 secret Dannies or Daniels. What's funny is a lot of people don't use, like, there are 2 Dougs and they both go by Doug, and that's not confusing. There are 2 Monicas and only one of us goes by Monica, but only one of us answers to Monica and it's not the one that goes by Monica, which is really funny. Your overlay Danny. You're Danny Chipotle, right? How old is that name? It is pretty old. The tricky thing is with having 2 of you that go by Danny, I occasionally will ping the wrong person. So I'll be like, hey, I have a music question, Danny Lockhart. And he's like, sorry. Just gonna untangle this. So I'm gonna make a Ravio scarf. Ravio wears a scarf in A Link Between Worlds and it has 25 stripes. And I do a navy blue and a royal blue alternating. And so it's got 13 dark blue stripes and 12 light blue stripes. So that's what we're doing. A lunchtime stream. Welcome, Midnight Clad. It's meant to be a Europe-friendly stream, but this is also good for me because it's the middle of the school day stream. So my offspring is in class and I'm home. I'm not by myself. My roommate works from home. But I'm here and I'm not going to be interrupted by my 2-legged dependents. We'll see if my 4-legged dependents realize that I'm in here talking. Danny Chipotle is so old at this point. Thread doesn't work very well for this machine. I find what works best is DK weight or worsted weight. This yarn that I'm using right now, which is having a small struggle. My goodness. Well, let's just pretend none of that ever happened. There we go. I find that worsted weight works best for this. I have gotten away with chunky, but it doesn't always cooperate. And I have gotten away with DK, and it actually ends up looking really nice. And I've held lace weight or sock weight double to see if I can get some interesting patterns. It doesn't work super great. You still have your nickname as Okami Avocado. Hi, Leah. That's amazing. Twitch, don't have to ad block, right? This is a not-for-profit stream. We're not partnered. We're just trying to have a good time with our friends. Please don't purple screen. gonna say a big thank you, and Day in the Rain. Carlos is kind of our backdrop here, our background ear candy for the day. I haven't come across it yet. I don't know that I use an ad block. To be perfectly honest, I am barely capable of using my computer as it stands. Sometimes it feels like a minor miracle that I managed to get my stream going on my own. Telethon, I mean, in the future perhaps we'll become partnered. We are... What is this? Hello? Why? We have a random small amount of navy blue. Just here, just happening. Not connected to the main body of the fiber at all. I think the way that Telethon will become partnered is by having frequent streams that are well engaged and enjoyed. So basically we're gonna just keep doing what we do and see if that's enough to catch Twitch's attention. I need a couple of tools. I'm gonna need a pair of scissors for sure. I hopefully won't need many more of these tools, but I have them all here. So many swords, so little subs. That's because a lot of the teammates want to be able to be here, but we're not always here, so we have to stagger the mod roll. You broke what? Hi Inka, hi Stone, hi Ampho, it's so kawaii, wow. This is going pretty well. I'm just getting tangles here, unfortunately. It's trying to be all twisty on me. Then we're going to do a color change, and I'm going to jog my stripe just a tiny bit. So let's switch. Welcome. Thank you so much for the resub. You're saying team members are broken money because we donated all during the Stellathon instead of subbing. All right. Kurt Vonnegut Jr. would say to do art regardless of whether you are good at it, because it doesn't matter. I don't knit because I'm good at it, or because I certainly don't knit because it's profitable for me. I do it because I enjoy it. Not groundbreaking. I'm making a striped scarf, and I'm making it as nicely as I can and choose to, but I'm not trying to astonish the world with my prowess or anything. This is such moody music. Goodness gracious, Carlos. So, now that that's there, I can. There's a James Bond quote right there, it sounded like. I will admit that I'm not familiar with it. What is it? How's it said? How do you even pronounce it? Ampho? Ampho? Oh, that yarn barf. It is yarn barf. It just barfs right out of the center of the skein. That's okay though. I've got nice vinyl flooring, so I don't have to clean the color fade up of the yarn barf. That's it. You bring up an interesting point, Leah. What other things did the people who are in chat right now, what other things do you enjoy besides Zeldathon? Or I guess Zeldathon or Zelda games. Ooh, like that. I am super into nail polish these days. There's an influencer that I enjoy her curated content. And she also has developed a brand of high quality nail polish. And so I'm super into that these days. Yes, I'm aware that Shadow voice acts in this particular programming. Afmao without the E. Is that better? So you're in a sea of thieves right now, and you're hopelessly distracted by it. Hey, there you go. Your cat is meowing at you. Thank you for a pronunciation guide, Dinomation. Come now. I see that we're going to have Twisty Boys for both of these games of yarn. I suppose we will just have to deal with that as it happens. I've had a couple of them that have been really twisty. So I just keep pushing. That's why I keep moving my arm. I keep pushing the twist down the working yarn so I don't have to mess with it. It's because you have a laptop instead of her. My cats have not realized that I am in here with the office door open. Didn't do well viewers-wise, but you still have fun. I know. Depends on why you're streaming. If you're streaming because of viewers, then you're going to have to modulate your content to meet the viewers' wishes. I don't know. I've always had wonderful friends show up and support me when I've been streaming, so like you. So that's super cool. I was half tempted earlier today if I had gotten through all of my tasks this morning soon enough of setting up my own stream and goofing there until I came over here, and then instead I fought with my computer for like an hour. So we're here now, though. We made it. We did the thing. Come now. Twisty, twisty boy. My roommate is super into WandaVision right now. She says so she's watched it so much that she's gone back and rewatched all of it. And I have told her, please no spoilers, because I intend to, should I decide to watch WandaVision at all, watch it all at once. Yeah, if it were you just, yeah. I'm just gonna see if you can watch this just on twist. There we go. Back to darkness. Wanda's so good. Balance between I want to play this game and I think people want to watch this game. Yeah. How long do you think it would take to make one of these by hand versus using the machine? Hi, Taylor. Thank you for the resub to Zeldathon. It is a Mojo stream. I have taken over. It's a benevolent takeover, temporary takeover of the Zeldathon stream with permission to get to come and just. I'm gonna make prizes anyway. I might as well make them on stream. I'm gonna make prizes for Zeldathon. I might as well make them on a Zeldathon stream. How long do I think it would take to make a scarf? Oh, I knit really fast, and I think that making 300 rows of scarf for me would take probably 4 days worth of work. If you are truly interested in finding out the answer to that question and would like me to science this out, I will do it. I will time it out and do it. I will tell you that this takes about an hour and a half if I'm not talking. Did I do this right? I did. Okay, excellent. Thanks, Twister. I'm glad to be here. For those of you who have ever seen me whenever I've been doing the Zeldathon portion, doing my segments in Zeldathon, or if you've ever actually tuned in to see me stream, whether it's by myself or with any of my friends, I just like to be here. I'm one of those people that I'm excited to be involved and a part of it. It's such a pleasure to me to get to kind of share the things that, particularly when you let me like decide what to do. Like I play video games some, but I craft a lot. So getting to do this, and then since we're not going to talk about a game that we're mutually watching or executing, this is really just an opportunity for us to have any kind of conversation that we decide to. Well, that was less twisty that time. Thank you. I have immediately spoken too soon. Streams are fun. It takes a whole village, though. The people who are like the one-man bands of streamers, like people who can do all of their own stuff. They do their own videos, they do their own overlays, they do their own assets, they do their own editing. They do just like, I'm always so impressed Like, I'm so impressed with my friends and their talent and their variety of skills that they have. I joke that I'm like Jackson Perotti, who refers to himself as the talent, which is absolutely true. But he and I put most of our effort into what we're actually producing. Him, music, me, art, I guess, is functional art. More so than necessarily having a lot of production value of the... I did put up my screen, though. You can't see the rest of my office, but I put a wall up. Shout out to the VOD viewers. That's true. Shout outs to you, VOD viewers. I hope you're enjoying... Oh my goodness, I almost forgot to reset my timer. I hope you're enjoying the content after the fact. I hope you're enjoying some tunage, some talkage, some clacking rhythm ASMR. Let this, see if that'll get you to just soothe you to sleep with my loud yelling machine. It's nice. I do this when I watch movies sometimes. The only problem is with a striped scarf, you have to pay attention every 12 rows, or else it takes longer because you have to fix it. How have I been? I've been all right. So, this is 2021, and it's a little bit more of the 2020 kind of experience persists into 2021. And then we had a horrific storm here in Texas, and so I got to endure that. So it was kind of the Gus got what he wanted for Christmas. He asked for snow for Christmas, and I was like, buddy, we don't get snow. This is Texas. We got snow. And he loved it. He was like, I want to go play in it. I said, okay, please don't get frostbite. Threw him in a bunch of layers, let him go play outside, took a bunch of pictures of it. And then we just hunkered down and hoped that we had enough supplies and enough residual heat inside of our building to stay alive. There for a while we were like slowly cordoning off portions of the house that had become too cold to be livable, because we turned down our power substantially in order to try and conserve it. Because there were rolling blackouts, people were losing water and electricity and gas, and we were pretty fortunate. Nothing was ruined, nothing was spoiled. When the water came back on after about a week being off, none of our pipes burst. Like, I have to throw away the ice cubes that my refrigerator is dutifully making because they're still the contaminated water. But like, we've gotten off relatively unscathed. Climate change is totally real. I wonder how many Zeldathoners do 3D art. A lot of people do 3D printers. A lot of us are crafters. You got hit hard in Houston. I know, right, Shasta? It was real bad. Dino does 3D modeling. Gus Santa's monkey's paw. Oh no, Gannon. Be careful what you wish for. He was elated, and he got 6.5 days of snow days. So he missed over a week of school. He loved that he got to eat like Easy Mac, because we could make that without wasting too much water, because the entirety of the water, like, you didn't have to boil a whole pot of water to make those noodles. And what else did he have a ton of? We had Pop-Tarts and pre-made peanut butter sandwiches. Like, we got quick, easy, sustainable junk food whenever, like, I ventured out twice into the storm. Once because we needed prescription medications, and once because we needed groceries. And then the third time that I ventured out is because I had to leave. I had a business trip. So I had to like skate to the airport from my house. It took twice as long to get there. And while I was on my way, I got a phone call saying that my flight had been delayed so long that I was going to be sleeping in a different city. It was very exciting. Hi, hello, Richard Sooner Girl. That's not Richard Sooner Girl. That is just Richard Sooner Girl's fan. That's actually... Hi, Eric's mom. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your support. You're gonna play in the snow one day. Does anyone sculpt clay? I'm trying to remember now. I have a friend who does. but she might not be a friend through Zeldathon. Most of my friends from the internet are like, 6 degrees of Zeldathon. But I think the girl who does a lot of crafting with clay actually know through a different Minecraft kind of avenue. You sew. That's absolutely three-dimensional. Rosie's been experimenting with clay. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. We're so pleased to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Eric's mom. So I had a dream last night that involved my Zeldathon family. At one point, me and Jiggy and Clinkett and like a boatload of other people were like setting up or tearing down like a marathon setup. And here's the anxiety part of it. They found like a ton of yarn that was supposed to be my responsibility, and I think I had to travel in a plane, and I was trying to figure out how like I was going to physically like manage this unearthly quantity of yarn. It was like several large totes worth, and it was just all over the place, and there was a time crunch, and I was nervous that I was going to miss something and I wasn't helping the team enough. And then later I was in the same town as Shadow and Marissa, and we were meeting somewhere, and it has to be post-pandemic because it was a big group of people and there were no masks, and I wasn't nervous about that. But I couldn't find something that was pertinent to what we were doing, and I was stressing out about that too. Organics! Thank you for the resub to the Zeldathon team. That's so kind of you. Hello, friend. Good evening. I hope you're well. I have been thinking of you particularly because I know that you're having some wonderful days, and that makes me so happy. This is going to be a Ravio scarf. You are correct. So we are now, this is the 5th stripe going in out of 25. So after this, we'll be 1/5 of the way done already. And I didn't really start when the stream started. We're only 30 minutes in. So this is actually kind of slow going for if I was like really, if you'll pardon the turn of phrase, cranking out the scarf. We would be a little bit farther right now. But I'm just taking my time. We're gonna, hi Lizard, welcome! Welcome to hanging out, watching prizes become not just a lump of yarn. You're welcome, Ganon11. You're welcome for that beautiful, beautiful wordplay. It wasn't just for you, it was for everybody to enjoy. Please, to the people who decide if yarn tangles, can you don't? I'm on TV. Help. There we go. So this scarf takes almost exactly 2 skeins of yarn to make to end up being about 6 feet in length, and a nice warm double thick, double-sided, both ways are the front ways. Really handsome scarf. It takes 11 extra grams of yarn. So whenever I make these, like say I make 12 of these scarves, I buy 12 balls of the light blue and 13 balls of the dark blue, all in the same dye lot, because I need to have just a little extra from another, just a tiny bit of extra from another navy. How long is it going to be? About 6 feet. It's going to be about 6 feet long when I am done with it. It's a pretty standard kind of like once around the neck, tuck into the top of your jacket kind of scarf length. I prefer scarves to be a little narrower and longer for me. So if I'm gonna knit a scarf for myself, I'm probably gonna make it more like 8 feet long. But at this point, I have received and produced so many beautiful knits that I have to wait for some of them to like break. Hello, we are blessed with a kitty. Hi. Come here. No, don't go over there. Come here. Come be on TV. Come here. Popo. Don't just purr there. Come here. Hey. Come here. Let me get up. Cat break. Kitty cat break. This is Bo. She's my tortie. You're ancient of days, huh? You're 13. It's an old lady. The cat has joined us. Everyone stop and look up. There's a cat. She loves you. She is soft and warm. And she has a very cold nose. She's a very loud purr. She's a very pretty kitty. She's got a gorgeous face too. I don't know if we can get it to where she'll show you what she looks like here. She's like, Mom, what's happening? No, she's buried her face in my elbow. All right, my sweet, get out of here. Ugh. Go on, send your sister in. Shake it off. Oh, cat hair in my lip gloss. Excellent. That's my sweet girl. I have 2 girl kitties, and then my roommate has a girl kitty, so we have a ton of ladies in this house. You can't sew, knit, paint, or draw, so you're always impressed with people who can fix things. You're the household fix-it person. Oh, baby, I would need you down here. We could trade. I would knit you something nice, and you could fix my kitchen faucet. Oh, there we go. Hello, Tyson. Welcome to the stream. Oh, get over here. There we go. Get over here, dog. Dog in my stripe. Okay, now I'm just going to spend the next 15 minutes picking kitty hair out of my lipstick. Fixing is a whole nother ball game. My Christmas present from my brother is kind of related to this. He's like, I don't know, like, do you want or need anything? I'm like, not really. Like, I moved into this house over the summer and I still haven't hung up my artwork. So he came over one day and we had a level and we had a stud finder and we had a bunch of equipment and he hung up for me like 40 pieces of like framed stuff. It was so nice of him. Just fixed your tub. That's amazing. That's so cool. Yeah, you pester Eric and tell him to show you any of the stuff that he's got that I made. See if you like any of it. You're more likely to break what you're gonna fix. You're pretty good at crochet. I'm okay at crochet. I'm not really good at fixing mistakes with crochet. It's kind of the nature of the beast. You just have to unravel and redo stuff. But I've actually, I'm trying to remember how long ago I got this knitting machine. I think it was like 2015. So I've had a chance to make a bunch of mistakes while I'm using it and try and undo them. So I've been learning a way to kind of do it better. What did I crochet recently? Last year I crocheted a bunch of hornet's nests, like huge, like 12 or 15 inches tall. These big, like kind of vaguely conical beige monstrosities designed to withstand the weather. So to try and deter wasps from moving into particular yards. Like a wasp will show up in a yard like, hey, oh, you already have a wasp's nest. Somebody lives here. This is somebody's territory. We'll go live somewhere else. So it's meant to be a pesticide-free way of doing some insect control, especially for people who are incredibly allergic to wasps. So I made a bunch of those last year. It's so satisfying. I have to frog like 50 rows of a hat. It's already off the needles. I'm ready to just like, I'm so excited. It was initially a commission. So a friend of mine was like, do you know of anybody who could do something like this that would sell an item like this locally? We want to support the local economy. And I was like, I could probably make that. She's like, okay, well, what would it cost? And I was like, hang on, I'm confused. I thought that we were just knitting. She's like, no. Like a friend of mine from work is really worried about this and so she wants to buy it. And so then I had to figure out what it cost to make one of those, which was weird for me. And so I quoted a cost, and she said, that's great. I made one. She goes, she loves them. She wants 2 more. Can you make 2 more? And I was like, yeah, I can. And it turns out that I can get 3 out of the massive hank of yarn that I bought, this incredibly like resilient, indestructible acrylic that I bought for super cheap at like Joann Fabrics. And then I ended up, over the course of last year, I made like 12 or 15 of them because people were like, oh yeah, I'd like something like that. Those are really great. I think I'd like that too. I'd love that too. And I'm like, I'm the queen of making the same thing over and over again in pretty much every context, it turns out. See, also, I've made Ravio scarves now, a ton of them. I can't remember how long I've been making these scarves, but I love them. I love them, love them, love them. They're so much fun. And they're subtle. They're like a subtle, practical cosplay kind of thing, which is also super up my alley. Please ignore the otter onesie hanging just off camera. People who just like stripes or just like the color blue can have this. People who want to wear a video game themed scarf but don't want to be teased, like in places where for some reason there are still people who would tease people for liking things, which I think is a little bit absurd and kind of rude. You can still have this striped scarf, and then you know in your heart of hearts that it's a video game reference, but other people are just like, that's a handsome scarf. In traditional sense, knitting is 2 needles and crochet is done without the crochet. There is a difference. The fabrics end up looking different, the way the stitches kind of lay. Crochet is good for, do not go up there, cat. Young lady, hey, no. She wants to knock over the screen. There have been many, many Ravio scarves. I'm thinking of branching out from the Ravio scarf. I mean, unironically, I have already done the scarves for this. This is the 12th Ravio scarf that I've made since the last Zeldathon event. So, Take to the Seas was over New Year, and since the beginning of last month, I have made 11 of these scarves, and this is the 12th. And the only reason I didn't do this one is because I knew I was going to knit for you here, and so I saved one for me for later. But I'm thinking of branching out. So you and chat, let's workshop an idea together. What if I made scarves that were still striped and still on the machine, but like the colors kind of were themed around different games instead of being like, oh, hey, Ravio, the character, the NPC, wears this in this game. Or I could do one like a Mario one that could have like red and green for Mario and Luigi, and maybe even like yellow for an invincibility star. You know, the green could be the pipe. Maybe even like a tan and green for Bowser. What do you think of something like that? As the scarf gets longer and longer, I just start to bunch it up on itself so that it doesn't drag. I'm trying to make sure that all of the rows kind of end up with the same tension. I want them to look nice. I want this to be beautiful. I want somebody who receives this as a gift to be like, man, I really love this thing. I'm gonna use it. That would be cool to see, Sister. 1 vote for yes. Hi, Luke. Welcome. Good afternoon. I hope your day is going well. Welcome to the fun. We are having just super chill Mojo talks over Carlos playing music and also the clacky clacky and my lappy lappy. Oh, and the sound of my phone trying to get my attention. What's up, Buttercup? So every stripe is a character color, or like instead of making it light blue and dark blue, you know, maybe come up with 3 or 4 colors. Like, what colors would be Final Fantasy colors? You know, what if we have a Final Fantasy game and we want to have a Final Fantasy scarf? Like bright yellow for Cloud's hair and like silver for a sword, or like, you know, like what color is Sephiroth? Hi there. Hi, Spam in a Can. Hello, Spam in a Can's Nana. I hope you're enjoying. This is not traditional knitting per se. It is machine knitting also, sort of. So I'm that beautiful in between what happens when you buy a sweater at Old Navy and when somebody sits down and lovingly produces every single stitch of a project for you. Now, that's not to say that I'm not lovingly producing every single one of these stitches. I'm just producing them at hyperspeed. Like, I did a scarf project, like my capstone prize project for Pokéthon. Excuse me, quick hydrate. What am I working on? So Nana, I am making a scarf. It's gonna be two-sided. So I'm just knitting a big long tube that I will then sew the two ends shut, and I'm making it striped. And the machine that I'm using is called a king-sized Addy Express knitting machine. I haven't been able to find them online kind of in recent history, but I did used to buy these. They're a German product. I have actually had them shipped from Germany. Another scarf. Let's go. Addy makes 3 sizes, and actually, they're right here. They're underneath my Valentine's candy that I have sitting off to the side. So they're regular size. The regular size is 22 needles across. Okay, crash. So this is little. This would make a really thin tube. You could, in theory, make like socks or on it. For my thin-wristed friends, I've made like little gauntlets or gloves out of that. And then I have this little tiny guy, which is so funny to make I-cord because it's just six needles, 6 stitches around. Where's the break in the yarn? So I'm putting the breaks in. I'm doing 2 colors. I'm just alternating stripes. So every 12 rows, I am just breaking the light blue yarn and putting in the dark blue. And you can, let's see if you can see it. Not really. You can't really see it. But I'm doing the join right here. So this is needle 46 and this is needle number 1 again, going around the circle. That's why I have a long tail here. And then I'm just incorporating the leading tail with it, just because this is my strategy now for making this kind of more efficient for myself, because I have to weave in all of these ends anyway. So if it's 25 stripes, it's 50 ends of the scarf. So I weave in 25 of them as I go. Have I ever dyed my own yarn? I have not, Leah, but I have had friends that have dyed yarn custom for me, which is super cool. And a girl who made me yarn in my 2 favorite colors, which are purple and green. Hello, good afternoon, Phil. It's good to see you. Welcome to the fun. Just having knit hangout time. Somebody asked, like, would I be able to learn to knit by watching this stream? And I said, no, probably not. Probably not this one, which is probably gonna hang. But I will show off a tool that I really like that makes me a really even more efficient knitter. And I make people jealous. Humble brag time. I am a very fast knitter. Like, I pick my stitches. So that makes it really fast when I work just on traditional needles. I am slow when I crochet though. And I can knit without looking if it's a very simple pattern. So I'll do that sometimes. If it's like a really, really, really straightforward pattern. I used to, back when we went to movies and theaters, I would make sure that I had the first couple of rows of something done, and then I would just knit the entire movie. And I had to make sure to use really, really quiet needles so I didn't perturb the viewing experience of the people around me in the theater. But I also had a friend who I went and saw a movie with. A fan turned friend. We were at the movies together, and he was like, "Are you gonna knit during the movie?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna knit during the movie." He's like, "I'm so excited for this. I was really hoping that you were gonna knit during this movie." And I'm like, "I'm glad that you don't find this rude. I appreciate that very much." Because some people get really like concerned that if you're multitasking by moving your hands, that you are somehow not paying attention to them with your brain. So I have spent a lot of my time convincing people that was okay. I knit a lot in residency. The cat is now in the box next to me. You wish you could knit faster. I don't know. I don't think that I learned to knit this speed. Like, when I was learning to knit, my teacher was very relaxed and said, like, here's what I want you to accomplish. Here's how I assume you're going to move your hands to do that. Which part of my head is this hair that's tickling my face belong? There it goes. Do I also wear the keyboard style? No. I have not used like a flat one. I tried once. I had a Boyle flat knitting machine that you like you just would run a thing across and it would make all the little hooks open and close as you went past. And I could never get it to work. Like I couldn't get past like my test knit because it dropped stitches a lot and I couldn't get my tension figured out at all. They have like 3D printing knitting machines where you can like program in and it will like do home pattern knits for you. Like it'll switch colors and stuff, like it'll do double knitting. Years and years ago I considered kickstarting one, but it's a lot of dollars. And it never ended up happening. You could make a potential sweater if you had a big enough circle. I mean, maybe you might be able to like push a small child down into this tube and then you would have part of the makings of a sweater. You can also do flat knitting with this machine. Like you can knit back and forth on a panel. It ends up being about 43 stitches wide. And for me, I'm a really, really loose knitter. So the needle size that I use by hand to actually perfectly approximate the size and shape of these stitches is a US size 10 needle. Not everybody does that. Did I? Excellent. Cat. Why do you insist on being in my office and not being a part of the stream? Hey, don't call that. I'm trying to unplug my headphones. Where's your sister? Bring your sister in here. Please don't go over there. Never mind. Right. We will never be able to reach her. She is now hiding deep in the stash. Could I show you a sample of the finished work? I don't have anything on hand right now. If you can stick around, I do plan to finish the scarf before the end of the stream. So we're gonna make this in its entirety and then move on to making a hat in its entirety in the course of like a 3.5, 4 hour stream. We are gonna do the whole thing. I'm glad you're intrigued, Mom. If you wanna see more stuff that's been made with this, I actually do knit on my private channel. I'm Mojo Fibers, by the way, so for a little shameless self-promotion. I do occasionally knit with my knitting machine over there, and you can see the stuff that comes off of it. But it's all, like, right now, all you're seeing is the purl side of the work, so whenever it's done, it's all in stockinette. So if I turn this right side out, it's just gonna be these big color block stripes all the way down a 6-foot scarf. And it ends up being about 8 inches wide. What if the Large Hadron Collider was just an excuse to have a giant knitting machine made for giant scarves? Who wants science when you get into knitting? You could make giant scarves. I knitted an entire queen size blanket for fun. It's in there in the bowels of my cosplay closet. Phil, M Psycho can show you some pictures of some hats that I made if you'd like. I try and have a chill time. Like, I would say I'm not energetic, but we had achieved a singularity during the last side quest where it was the last day of the marathon when I did my knitting segment and I was just completely bonkers. So it was a lot of yelling. I think I knit at the course of an hour. I knit like over 360 rows, or no, 273 rows, I think, in an hour of stripes, and it was absolutely zany, wacky, loud, distracted, high energy time. And I'm not usually that high energy. Like, this is kind of my energy level. I get a little animated when I talk about specific stuff, but like otherwise we're just like, it's chill. There's this rhythmic clackety happening, whether it's my hands or the machine. Welcome, Wifey No Fear Mike. Welcome to the Zeldathon stream. My name is Mojo. I am knitting a prize for the next Zeldathon charity event. I am making a scarf that's going to look like the one that Ravio wears in A Link Between Worlds. What a good tweet. I now want to see it. I want to look at the tweet. Let's take a Twitter break. Twitter break. Oh my gracious. That's a lot of Oh my gosh, I love that. How have I not liked this? This is from a bajillion years ago. I'm liking this now. I'm that creep that's gonna like a tweet that's 2 years old. Oh, that's fun. Yes, that's what my objective is, to knit like 50 of these hats and 12 of these scarves for the marathons. And with the knitting machine, I can knit a hat. It takes almost an entire ball of yarn. It takes an hour. I could make smaller hats. Like I've knit for other charities. Like I knit for Kirby-thon. I made a bunch of hats. Never seen anyone knit with this machine. Welcome to, this is the Addi King Size Express knitting machine. It's a German product. Addi is the knitting needle company. And there are other various brands of this. One's really like, in terms of pricing, it was a little bit, it's not as expensive as like a vintage sock knitting machine with the all metal hooks that are thousands of dollars. This one put me back about $200 American. What's on the floor? Oh, trash. Thank you for showing you the sample. You knit and crochet. You've never used a knitting machine. I knit and crochet usually by hand, but having the knitting machine is really a lot of fun. I refer to it as my own sweatsy shop. Being a portmanteau of sweatshop, which is, you know, a reality, but not like a savory one, and then the Etsy company, where you can sell your handicrafts. I can get, as a singular entity, I can get a lot done with this. Hi, Mom. I have taught a couple, like I will bring this, I brought this the last time I went to a knitting convention. I brought this with me, and my buddies, we had rented out a B&B to stay for the weekend to go to, it was Stitches. We went to Stitches in Irving, Texas several years ago now. Gosh, must have been 4 years ago. And I brought this, and all of us were just goofing with it. Knitting up test samples of the various fibers that we had procured from that show floor and stuff. How did I occupy my time with quarantine? I have been working this entire time. I worked like normal all throughout this entire lockdown experience that is ongoing, but has been going on now for almost 12 full months. In my day job, I'm a doctor, so have been an essential worker. I used to carry special documents in case I got stopped on the street, in case, you know, some police or travel entity was like, what are you doing out of your home? We're in lockdown. I had dispensation to be able to go to the hospitals to work. And for a while, Texas had a specific travel isolation. So if you went to an area that was high risk, you had to, like, they would call and check and make sure that you were where you said you were going to be whenever you were sheltering in place for 14 days afterwards. So initially, like right when all of this was going down, I had just gotten a brand new job, but it was in a part of the country that was considered high risk. And so just by the sheer fact that I was in the airport, you know, I walk through the airport, go get my rental car, drive to my workplace, was enough that anytime I come home, the only thing I could do is go to work. Like, I couldn't even take my kid to school. Granted, his school was closed at that point, so we were just homeschooling anyway, which was exciting. I'm a teacher sometimes, but usually for adults. You crochet, but it looks cool. It's so much fun. Now you can get like $20 versions of this machine that have 44 or 46 stitches around. It's gonna get you the same. It's gonna have the same idea. I have not test knit with any of those other ones. I don't know. I mean, I guess as a Twitch affiliate, I could try and write it off on my taxes as a business purchase because I do technically have an income with Twitch. I don't know. It's just a royalties form though. I'm not like a blogger or influencer. It's not quite the same as like when somebody makes purchases that are impacted by the way they do their taxes as a self-employed entertainer. I haven't tried any of the other types of machines, but the concept is the same. The mechanism underneath is that these hooks, each of these are like an individual crochet hook, and using them in sequence statically around the spiral is what gives you the look of the knit stitching. So, and then just here, the hook lifts up and grabs the yarn and pulls it down underneath. It's super cool. They're super fascinating. Does it do the same stitch all the time? Yes, I can only knit in stockinette. So I'm doing stockinette in the round. You can also do stockinette flat, but it will only ever give you, so this is the purl side of the work, and the knit side obviously is the one that's facing towards the inside of the machine. Yes, it's been a year. It was spring break last year where this kind of, the world changed a little bit. Time flies. Or doesn't, or both. Time is a weird entity. How we feel about it impacts how it feels to us. I have knitted with this and then like dropped stitches periodically and then like laddered them back up with a crochet hook to like make ribbing. So like you can make a foundation chunk of fabric with this and then modify it afterwards. I also do that. Happy anniversary COVID, it's true. When I get to the green project, I'm actually gonna make a hat, and I do 100 rows of the hat on the machine, and then I switch out and put it onto needles and hand knit the rest of it. So it's just a start. And I also actually do in the hat, come here. There we go. I actually do I lift one of the rows, and so I knit 2 rows together to kind of make a double thick band. I think tomorrow you'll have officially been a year since you last saw Hipster in person. It's probably true. It is a weird thought. Gannon says, our company made a big office move to an office literally across the street from where it had been in 2019. It was a big to-do with a lot of engineering and prep work. You just settled in, and when you started to work from home. It's tomorrow. Hipster confirms. I spent more time working from home than you did in the new office. Hope we never see it again. Yes, I am tired of living through history. This is a lot of history happening at once in a lot of different lanes, and I don't love it. But this is actually, and this is the 3rd pandemic of my lifetime so far. So in 2009, we had swine flu, and I was in residency when that happened. And then we had the Ebola outbreak a couple of years ago. And we've had SARS and MERS, which are also 2 airborne respiratory serious illnesses that didn't really make it to the United States, but they affected Asia substantially. So they had some endemic infections. So this is something that has been happening and happening over and over again. This is history repeating itself. And the 1918 influenza was from 1918 to 1920, so we're just 100 years off of that. All right, but there are things like this is going to change a lot of people for life. I'm looking forward to having, I've amassed a collection of some really handsome, beautiful, lovely, fascinating fabric face masks that are reusable that I plan to continue to use. I can foresee myself using face masks anytime I start to feel the least bit ill in the future, and then also anytime I'm going to be on an airplane, probably for the rest of my life. And my grandkids, my great-grandkids are going to be like, what are you doing? And I'll be like, look, when I was younger, I wore this to stay alive, and I really like it. So I'm going to do it. Correct. And swine flu, like I said, is 100 years ago. So, or not swine flu, influenza. That's when they invented flu shots. I like face masks in winter. They keep my nose warm. I don't mind it. What really starts to kind of like boils my blood a little bit are people who, when they aren't wearing their mask, they aren't wearing them properly. And it's like, look, it's not like you're fogging up your glasses. You don't wear glasses. Why can't you wear your mask in the proper position over your nose and mouth? What's going on? I get very frustrated. Thank you! Thank you, Spam in a Can, for introducing me to your family. Thank you for 3 generations of people tuning in from one account. Welcome to Twitch. This is how this works. We are a year into this. It's such an honor to see that. I am a geriatric millennial, so it could very well be that your mom and I are much closer in age than you and I are, Spam. The highlight in all of this. We're getting people vaccinated. I'm so excited. My grandmother got some vaccine. My parents have been vaccinated. All of them are in the age risk categories. I'm vaccinated because I'm a healthcare worker, so I actually had both my doses. Like, it's been ages. I got my second dose on January 6th. Totes worth it. You've not found any mask that's difficult to breathe in. The only mask that I find arduous in any capacity is my P100 big like painter respirator that has like I look like Bane. I look like Darth Vader with 2 big filter cartridges. And whenever that's on, it's so difficult to hear me because it's this big device. Otherwise, I wear 2 masks at the same time and I breathe comfortably. I don't fog up my glasses or my safety goggles because I do wear goggles when I'm at work so that I get some protection here. And it actually has a rim that touches against my skin up here to help protect particles from hitting my eyes, which are a mucous membrane. I am so used to listening to people. I am in the operating room. Like, we wear masks in there all of the time, pandemic or not. Like, you have to wear a mask whenever you're in in surgery. And so I'm used to like communicating with people and like communicating non-verbally. There's a lot of like eyebrow talking that happens because you have a hat on covering your hair and your mask is from your nose down under your chin. So you do a lot of communicating with like waggling and like direct staring over the top of your glasses. So like I already had all of that language before this ever started being like a everyone wear a mask thing. I was like, oh, wear masks outside of work? Psh, whatever, that sounds fine. And getting other people on board with it has been and I'm thankful for the people I had people who reached out to me initially when we were having all the PPE shortages a year ago, like, hey, you're in healthcare, can I make you some masks? And I was like, you know what, that is really, really nice. Like, you're like a casual Facebook acquaintance and you have to message me because you have to see how big my face is and ask if it's okay to have my address to mail me stuff. And you know what, that really means a lot to me, that you want to see somebody that you know kind of in this ancillary way through like just like not even Christmas cards, like just, you know, occasionally like your stuff on Facebook level of like, I care about your safety, let me protect you. Scroll back up. Getting people vaccinated. Trying to get my vaccine, but the website's broken. Oh, I'm sorry. You haven't found a mask that's hard to breathe in, says Gannon. I'm with you there. You're coordinating vaccines, Inca says, and it's totally worth it. Gannon says, I saw totes and immediately thought, wait, which marathon is that? I see that as tots from Sheets. So close to AOTS. You're not elderly, but you have high blood pressure, so you're at risk. Yes. You're the person that clicks the button to invite people to get their vaccines, and you set the schedule. That's so awesome. It's like I would get so much good dopamine from knowing other people are getting vaccinated. It'd be so great. And it's like, I'm super healthy, so I'm getting vaccinated. Never. Yeah. If you go and work there, maybe. Nana says unpleasant. Thanks, Nana. I try. I mean, I don't try very hard. This is really sincerely me. I am not a great actor. Oh, thanks, Gannon. Nana ain't wrong. Oh. Sorry that you had an inexpensive mask and a hot day that were kind of working against each other. So now, when I travel, I wear a KN95 and then I wear a fabric mask that's 3 layers on top of it. Because the CDC has said to wear 2 masks now. And I have a video. I might debut on TikTok with this. I was at work and I heard this weird noise, and it was my bottom mask, my interior mask, had failed, like the seam split, and it felt and sounded like if your pants rip, except it happened to my chin. And thankfully I wasn't with a patient when it happened, but it was just like, what has happened just now? And I stepped away into my private space and I was like, oh, my face fell out of my mask from underneath my other mask. I had to take my top mask off to be able to survey the damage. But it was very funny to me, and I took a video of it. Get that vaccine. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard people who have applauded where you live for how well they're doing on vaccine rollout. And I'm like, yeah, maybe for the geriatric population, but the essential worker teachers and the young but at risk health-wise are not getting noticed, and that makes me sad. Make life take the lemons back. Does the vaccine mean less mask layers? Okay, so a couple things about the vaccine. We have done a ton of research on the vaccine, right? In order to get permissions for this emergency usage. Of the things that they studied, they can say hey, this is what we know about this because we researched it. The things that we have not researched. We have not researched whether or not the vaccine prevents you from carrying the virus and giving it to someone else without becoming sick, or how effective it is against the new variants that are coming out. Because the longer a virus is present in the community, the more opportunity it has to fine-tune itself through mutation. And so that's where we're getting mutated variants of the vaccine, like the Brazil one, or the South America one, and the UK B117, I think is what it's called. So we don't have that information. And we're not vaccinating people under the age of 18 or potentially 16 yet. I live with a 6-year-old. So people ask, now that you're vaccinated, or I had a friend say, you're vaccinated. I've had it. Can we come over? Because me and my kid have already had COVID. Can we please have a play date? And I was like, no, that's irresponsible and I'm not doing it. Young equals healthy. Of course it does. High pressure the lemonade back into lemons. Spam in a can. What I do for masks when exercising. You road cycle. It's hard to breathe in those sometimes without fogging your glasses. So you wear a surgical mask for riding and only the respirator when you go into stores, and paper tape your nose to reduce the fog. My brother made a gel insert that kind of is tacky against his skin and tacky against the inside of the mask to kind of keep it from venting right up into his glasses that he wears. Young equals healthy, absolutely not. We're working on it, and they're working on how can we vaccinate younger and younger and younger people. I saw a study where they're vaccinating children, and I'm so excited to get permission to get my son vaccinated. He will not be thrilled to get shots, but you know what? I want him to get a vaccine. My roommate is a relatively healthy, relatively young person. She hasn't been vaccinated. Our nanny is even younger and healthier than us, and she isn't vaccinated, and she's not going to be for a while. She doesn't qualify yet. We're overachievers. The UK has 2 variants. Yeah. I mean, swine flu was really kind of a variant that we hadn't expected in 2009. So that's another question. Like, will this, will the coronavirus vaccine that I got in 2020 and 2021, will that cover me forever for this? Like, will this particular SARS-CoV-2 not be a problem for me anymore? Or like when, not like will the immunity wane, but when? Is it going to be a yearly thing? How fast is coronavirus going to change? Are we going to have to make a new vaccine recipe every year and inoculate people every year like an annual flu vaccine? Maybe. We don't know. We're working on it. But influenza, they have to guess based on what strains are circulating the year prior. So like the 2020-2021 flu vaccine was designed during 2020. Like looking at the tail end of the 2019-2020 flu season, going, okay, this is what we think we're going to be seeing a lot of next year. This is what we need to vaccinate against. Like these particular H proteins, these particular N proteins. Well, in 2009, there was a virus that came out called the H1N1 for those 2 proteins, like subtypes, that was just, the vaccine was not effective against it. And it made you really sick. I actually caught that. I was sick with that. Probably caught it at work because I was working in a pediatric department in an emergency room. I probably had a lot of exposures. And when I became symptomatic, I became incredibly symptomatic. I thought that I had meningitis. I felt so bad. Turns out that my muscle aches were so severe and in my neck that I thought that I was having meningitis. I thought that I was having irritation and inflammation inside my spinal canal. And I got tested for that. They did a spinal tap on me to see if I had meningitis, to see if I needed to be on a strong antibiotic. Or, like, what did we expect? I made a full recovery. It was great. I also was quarantined at that point. I was sent home and told that I was not allowed to come back to work I had to be 7 full days from my first day of symptoms that they had documented from my access to medical care. It's kind of a big deal. I missed 25% of my rotation that month, that educational period of my life. Oh, not keeping up. Gotta catch them all. Even if the vaccines are able to prevent the spread well enough, wouldn't need to wear masks. There's going to be a period where you will still want to wear a mask, if only to communicate non-verbally that yes, I care about your health and I take the pandemic seriously. I respect you and want to see you be healthy, so I cover up my own face. Please return the gesture. Please respect me enough to wear a covering over your face. That's what I say in public, inside my head. People have got vaccines just a fire drill for the body. It's not a cure. Correct. It's not a treatment. It's not a cure. You're looking for the Kappa for sarcasm. India is being helped in this situation by its population, so it looks better if they're vaccinating small numbers. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Yeah. But when my mom said, I'm so excited for how well things are going, I laughed out loud. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. My friends who are 40 years old and teachers have to open their classrooms to everybody, and they can't get vaccinated. University Hospital, your sister works at a webinar recently, said they expect the COVID vaccine won't have to be a yearly one. Probably not. We don't know for certain yet. This is something that makes lay people really uncomfortable with science and medicine. There's a lot of uncertainty, and we just pretend that it's not there and hope that you don't ask a lot of questions sometimes. It's really what it feels like. Like, you want all of this certainty, but like science fiction is just that. Like, we don't have that kind of certainty. It's not like instantaneous. Like, we can't make these bold, sweeping claims. We can say, well, the number of people, the power of our study seems to, like we make a hypothesis and we have disproven that hypothesis, therefore that's information. You can't prove a null hypothesis. You just have to keep ruling stuff out and stuff out and stuff out. Stay for the knitting, stay for the deep medical science discussion. Correct. The main reason for doing this is hospitals are limited too. No one's considering the strain this is putting on hospitals, clinics, nurses, doctors, and healthcare chain, period. Yes, there are supplies that we need to have made. There is a finite number of people. We have been seeing, since vaccines have been rolled out with healthcare workers, that fewer healthcare workers are having to miss work because they've become sick, which is really awesome. It's really good. It doesn't make me want to be like, oh, I can go on a plane without a mask now, and I should go on vacations again. I should be around people. It makes me go, oh, I'm slightly less likely to die from this incredibly devastating illness, or worse, perhaps I'll live with lifelong health changes and American medical debt to boot. Maybe I will still not manage to contract it, even though I'm exposed to these risky situations in which I'm present inside hospitals where sick people go on a daily basis. You still have to wear a mask, but you can only wear one very good mask if you're vaccinated. I wear 2 masks because I like it that way, and because actually the mask that I wear is my interior well-fitting mask. I can keep it cleaner longer if I have a mask on the outside of it. That's what we were doing way before, like way end of last spring, when we didn't know how many fit tested N95 masks we would have available to us at all. I had to keep the same one for a week, and so I could only wear it under very specific circumstances, and I had to wear a different mask on top of it to keep particles from getting on the outside of the mask, and I had to be able to don it and doff it very particularly in a way that I didn't contaminate it. There was high stakes stuff happening, and that's the same hospital where I have a P100, which makes me feel like I'm Darth Vader trying to assist a lady in labor. Because the vaccines make a very heavy immune reaction happen, and it mutates more slowly. How ironic is this, your name is so close to QAnon. Oh no, it's just Ganon. This super villain of the Zelda franchise. I don't wear underwear for myself, I wear it for others. Same logic. My goodness, Inca. Nia's just saying it's doing well per capita, so they've been patting themselves on the back. You're gonna wait till spring or after your birthday to get your vaccine. There's so many problems and uncertainties. I will tell you that there are people who continue to experience vaccine hesitancy. I've had coworkers who are like, I don't think I'm gonna get it, and I'm like, I would get it injected into my eyeball. If you had to inject it inside of my sclera, into my aqueous humor in order for me to have immunity, I would do that, because I have been incredibly lucky and I haven't caught it. And if I have caught it, I haven't been symptomatic, but I certainly hope that it's just that I haven't caught it. Hi Ryan! We're on a COVID-19 rant. We're just talking about a lot of stuff. Hello, Herb! Maybe we'll change subjects now that we've kind of... Oh, I forgot to press a button. Now we have to go to row 2. After we get this row a little bit further, we're starting to get low on our yarn. Low-ish, so we probably have we're probably over half done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is row 15. We're almost 60% done with the scarf. Hi, Phonic! Oh, I invoked your name the other day, Phonic. Oh, I invoked your name 2 times, Phonic. I was talking to a friend about making sure to take care of their bones and joints, because I remember you were having some problems with your arm, and you use your arms to play music, and that maybe ignoring when your arm screams at you is a bad idea if you want to use them for the rest of your life. And then also we bought bananas and no one's eating them, so I have pulled up your banana bread recipe and I have butter coming to room temperature on the counter. Cubital tunnel syndrome, yes. Honestly, it'll take so long to get everybody vaccinated. I don't mind some people waiting a bit. It's true. I mean, getting them into people that are interested, like the idea. There was a physician that got fired for using up doses that were gonna be considered spoiled. Like, there are rules about how long it can be out of the deep freeze before the dose is considered not ineffective. And so, like, at the end of the day, it's like, man, these can't go back in the fridge. These have to go in somebody's arm. Like, pulling people off the street. Have you been vaccinated yet? Here, get on this wait list kind of thing. And somebody got fired. Like, a physician got fired for that. And a bunch of other physicians were lamenting that audibly and together in a physician forum. We were all just, like, screaming into the collective void. Like, how could we do this? Why would we eat our own young in this way? Like, don't we want to see people be better? I can't believe that this has been permitted to happen. So, I don't know the resolution of that situation, but I think that particular physician is still out of that job. Hi, Mom. Thank you so much. I like to make this scarf because look at me. I'm about to really make a do a dumb. Switch to the same color shade of blue. I like it because it's a very subtle nod to a video game that I really love, and at the same time, it's just like, and the machine is not perfect. Like, my capacity to have really even tension is helping to make it look this nice, but the machine is doing the lion's share of the work for me. Hi, Hermione, welcome. That's your job right now, making sure things don't go to waste. Yes, you did send me that. You sent me notice that you got vaccinated, and I've just, like, I have taken a lot of selfies with all of my protective gear on, and in many of them you can see that the smile hasn't reached my eyes. The day that I'm holding I got my COVID-19 vaccine sticker in my hand, like, there's no mistaking it. I could have had an entirely, over my whole face, I could have had a black shroud, and you would have been able to see just the beaming light of hope, and, like, hope coming out of my face, just relief, was palpable. You get to make graphs about vaccination! Hooray! How am I not hosting this? I should be hosting this stream. Hang on. How in the world have I permitted myself to do this? We're about an hour and a half into the stream. I assumed that I would do more knitting and less talking, so we're not as far along as I thought, but I'm also so energized still. Second dose, March 25th, let's go! Komodo Dragon, hi! Hi, brother Oran, welcome! We're just doing my stream, but we're just doing it over on this channel today, right? It's pretty great. This is the kind of stuff that's, I mean, we rant about my day job and I knit. Like, this is truly just a Mojo stream in disguise. I even snuck one of my assets onto the overlay. I hope that's okay. Confession time, I don't think I've watched any of the other community members. I don't have a lot of time to consume content. So I haven't been around accumulating my points so I can become a friend of Finn. This isn't my normal channel. No, this is the Zeldathon channel. Zeldathon is a charity hype wingman organization. We're a group of volunteers who, through our mutual love of video games and humanity, encourage other people to donate to charity by doing entertaining stuff in the digital era. So oftentimes it's video games. So I'm a member of that team. I've been a member of that team, participating in our live events since 2015. It's astounding to think it's been that long. And when I knit on my own little, corner of the internet at Mojo Fibers, I do this with, 10 to 15 people, and I do it periodically. I do have a day job, and I have another job because I'm a mom. So I do have a lot of other time commitments, but sometimes I stream for myself, and it's quite a bit of fun. But sometimes this stream is taken over by our monthly book club, or Narvik has been playing Dark Souls. People have been playing OOT and Majora's Mask randomizer streams here. I'm sure we're going to have cooking stream content, art stream content. Just members of our community, we don't want you to just think of Zeldathon as being a twice-a-year thing. We want you to think of Zeldathon all the time. And so in order to do that, Zeldathon team members are volunteering their time to come and stream from through this avenue on this channel and just continue to engage in our awesome community. So hi Zachy bro, welcome. What other stuff has been, there's a calendar somewhere, like one member of our Zealothan team volunteers to be in charge of making sure that there's a crackerjack list of entertaining stuff for you to tune in and see. It's all just done by volunteers from the team. People who just want to share their love of X, whether that's video games or music or art or crafting, or what have you, conversation. I imagine we could do a podcast in this setting. Like, there's so many ways that we could just continue to be engaging through the media of the live stream outside of just like, oh, hey, follow our Twitter. You want to share your love of getting ice trapped in OOT randomizer. Exactly. You are a fool, huh? Maybe one day we'd have a Lego stream. Oh my gosh. You know who would love a Lego stream? Gus. He would be a gigantic fan of that. Still going strong. I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm probably gonna stream until dinner time, folks. I will. I have a cutoff of I have to absolutely be signed out and running out the door at 6 p.m. Eastern. So we may stream up to that point, depending on how my energy level is, how your energy level is, how much crafty stuff I have in front of me. I have 2 other potential projects on the docket for us to work on while we're here together. First of all, how dare you? Second of all, I am correct. Third of all, how dare you? I love you too. You're hoping to get your vaccine before Pride. Oh, that'd be nice. Oh, somebody said something about LGBT. What was that? Hang on. Was that Leah? Did you say something? Have I ever made an ombre or gradient scarf or LGBT scarf? Yes, I've made a whole bunch of different colors. My capstone project that I did a scarf that commemorated every color palette of the Evolutions, including the shinies. So I did Eevee and Shiny Eevee, and I did all of the other ones, and I did a Pikachu scarf that I made 3 segments with this and stitched them together so it ended up looking like a lightning bolt, but it will like hang around your neck anyway. I think I made like 24 or 25 scarves. Stone Money actually, we workshopped that project together, and I think I ended up making 24 scarves. They were intense. They were really beautiful, and I used some colors that I haven't had the opportunity to use before. And I think my favorite of those was the Shiny Glaceon colorway. Wayne's really loving gonna play Metroid on the Zealothan channel. And you have played Metroid. You did Zero Mission, right? Yeah. Oh, Metroid Randomizer. Ooh, that would be fun. You know what would be fun and brutal is that Z1M1 or the Z3M3 crossover randomizers and Zelda Metroid ones. It'd be so hard though. Those are unkind. I'm excited. I won't tell you specifics, but I did do some submissions so that I can hopefully do a segment again at the next Zeldathon event. Whatever that ends up being. I have some ideas. It'd be fun. You'd need to get back into practice. It's so true. When is Z1, M1, Z3, M3 four-way crossover randomizer multiplayer crowd control? I see you and raise you. Frustrating bit with your vaccine is that with your condition, you really don't want to travel without one, and the moment you get your first dose, it's 2 months before you can think about going to see Inca. Absolutely. I'm in featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. It'll really be the Dark Souls of randomizers. Knuckles is unlockable characters. With all FMV cutscenes. We can make it Souls-like. Absolutely. We need more Tingle in Zeldathon. I love the Tingle games. They're so fun. I love the Tingle character. He's so just like like he fills such a specific niche. Like he's this incredibly positive, but like kind of relatable. He's not an anti-hero. He's not really a hero. He's not really an anti-hero. He's really just like an average bloke. And for some people, that's really comforting to see average characters represented. There's a time period after the second dose you're supposed to wait before social activities and meeting people. The second dose takes like 2 weeks to consider that you're fully vaccinated. So it's kind of 5 weeks from the first, depending on which manufacturer. I got the Pfizer, so I got Pfizer doses 21 days apart. And then 2 weeks after my second dose, I was considered kind of in that full coverage zone. You die, you lose 50% of your items at random. Do they go back to the same places? Like, if you lose the Hoover boots, you have to go back to the same place? Or, like, if you lose your grapple beam? Who knows? Oh, you're making a game that was going to be impossible to beat. There are people who would love that. This is for the controller breakers in the crowd. What else? I bought some really neat masks on the internet that work really well for my face shape, and they don't work well for my son. So I gave away the kids' ones because they slipped off his nose all the time. It's like, we can't do that. Realistically, there's no way the logic dependency graphs could be reliably made with this model. Unrealistically, more complication! Yes. You just always put bloopies behind bosses, and then you just like have to burn the right bush in Z1 to get the grapple hook or something. Like just something really, yeah. You find an old man, he gives you the ability to shine spark. For some reason you think I would be good at making friendship bracelets. I am decent at braiding, it's true. It is the long hair part. Like having long hair, many people with long hair find that they learn how to braid really well, and there's some braid component to knotting. I'm also old enough that friendship bracelets have come and gone multiple times in terms of like things that you do. I have a boatload of embroidery floss because I also cross stitch. No surprises there. Oh, I can show you because I don't think it's enough of a spoiler, but I'm working on a cross stitch right now that I'm super excited about. My son was making friendship bracelets, or doing macrame at Sunday school back before the pandemic. Our church is not great about masking and distance, so we've just been going digitally. But he is looking forward to when the Jeremys are over, is how we refer to it. When the Jeremys are over and we can go back to like visiting people's houses and eating in restaurants and going to, home for Christmas and doing live telethon events, those kinds of things. Like when we return to that level of normalcy in our lives, one of the things he's really looking forward to is making a new friendship bracelet. You have long hair, but it's really thick. Ooh. I have very dense. I have a lot of hair follicles. I have fine hair, but I have a lot of it. So my hair density is high, and my hair texture, thickness is kind of low. Medium low. Look at how tangly this is. This is just like giving itself a big old hug. Let go. Let go. There we go. Let's get some of that twist out. Not that you can see that, but I can watch it, and it's very satisfying. I'm dancing all of the coil out of that. The science nerd in me, every time this happens, I'm like, ooh, it's like telomerase. Thinking about the protein that unwinds DNA so that you can make mRNA copies and you can make protein. Molecular biology. You like my longer hair? Thank you, Phonic. I like long hair too. I liked having short hair. It was fun and interesting, and I was like, man, I'd like to at some point in my life have really super short hair. So after Zeldathon Cures, which was winter of 2016. I did cut it all off and I kept it short for a couple of years. And then I started to grow it out kind of right before the pandemic, which is really, really good timing because as you can see, I stopped getting it dyed about this many months ago. But I did cheat once last November and get the red covered up, so now all of it's just brown. Thanks, hipster. Yes, my hair is getting longer and longer. I haven't had it cut at all since February of 2020. Was the last time I had my hair cut, and then like I said last November, I coerced my hairdresser into letting me come in and she applied a demi-gloss over, that makes it sound like a French sauce, a stuff on the where I dyed it red. And yet there's a little bit of a line. You can kind of see that I have like a really cooler root, and then it's a little bit warmer underneath, further out from my scalp. But I had been dyeing my hair red for 20 years when the pandemic came around, and I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not going back to, I'm not dyeing it in a box at my house. I'm not doing that. I finished college. You're like the no maintenance of no hair, but you're enjoying having long hair. I'm really glad that it was grown out to the point where I could start to pull it back and not have to like worry about it. And I had already gone through all the awkward in between phase when I stopped cutting it, because otherwise it would have been really weird. And then at that point I would have just been like, all right, well, I guess I'm gonna give myself an undercut and like just throw this. That awkward period where you have bangs and you have to blow dry it, you have to style it every time, you have to put product in it. I got past, like I had just achieved no product, no blow dryer last year. And so now if I blow dry my hair, it's because it's either like super cold outside and I need to not get hypothermia, or like I blow dried it today because I wanted to look really nice for camera. Like I was like, I'm performing. I want to look put together. Like I put in some effort. So, and this is how I started wearing beanies. Yes. I also wear, like, for one of my jobs. So I work in 2 hospitals, and one of them I just wear a scrub cap all the time. So they have no idea what color my hair is or how long it is. Like nobody knows what I look like. Thank you. Yes, it looks nice on me. I had super long hair growing up. My mom really loved long hair, and she only had the one daughter. So I had long hair, and I cut it for the very first time, like short, whenever I was in college. I cut it off and donated it, and I've cut it off and donated it about 5 times over the course of my life. Because my hair also grows really quickly. So, like, it's grown this much in a year. Let's get this side. Let's get my millennial side part. So it's grown like 5 or 6 inches in a year. Hipster wanted to see what it looked like long. Oh, that's nice. Hi TSG James, welcome. It's gonna be a big difference. Yes. Lots of big differences. Oh, stop tangling. Please stop tangling. Please stop tangling. It's going all right. How are you doing, James? I'm just enjoying a nice Friday afternoon where the biggest responsibility I have accepted is to hang out with my friends, purportedly entertaining them, though I feel like this is a two-way street. While I casually produce knitted prizes for the next Telethon event. And I get to do it on the Telethon channel. You're fighting off the side effects of your first COVID vaccine. Fatigue and arm soreness. My arm was sore with the first shot. My arm was sore, and I got like one of my lymph nodes on the same side hurt, like inside my armpit. So I had like this really kind of sore knot inside my underarm that I was like, oh, my arm hurts. Oh, ow. Oh, that's a lymph node. This is working. And then one day I really wanted a nap. And then other than that, it was great. I did not have like the fever. I didn't get knocked on my tail. Some people have had a lot of like a variable vaccine response. I knew my arm was gonna hurt, and it hurt for like a day and a half the first time, and it hurt for like 2.5 days the second dose. Oh, I forgot to press that button again. Trent, you got the Moderna. I got Pfizer. Not that I think that any of them, like, I got Pfizer because that was the first one that I was offered. And then I immediately emailed all of everyone that I work with, and I was like, here is my proof of vaccination. You're welcome. Yeah, if you want to see long hair on Mojo, go to Cures. It's about this long, so another like 2 years longer. Johnson & Johnson has one. AstraZeneca has one. I'm not gonna be like one vaccine is better than the other. Like, please, if you have access to a vaccine, get it. Please. I want to see a lot of people make it to the other side of this pandemic relatively unscathed. When they get to the end of the scarf, I am going to want to take a little bio break. So we'll just mute the mic and I'll step away. He's on prompt here. Your sister helped you with the list and location. That's awesome. I'm so glad you've had that opportunity. I'm excited to see more and more people end up protected against it. And they got Pfizer. He just got a headache the day after his second dose. I guess I did have a headache too. Oh, drat. Okay. This is why you have to pay attention, Mojo. I went 4 stitches too far. So let's hit the Control Z on my knitting, and I will do that with this hook. You think you're probably gonna get wind to say. Nice. You want to go out more. I'm not a going out type, but like, I was not surprised, though I did grieve not being able to meet up with my friends in person. And like, in particular, I have many friends who have a, you know, an interstate love song, a transcontinental love story, and getting to hopefully see them get to be with their loved ones again is motivating to me. All right. Don't drop this stitch. Note to self. Don't mess up right here. Change into light blue. I think that's really responsible, Inka, for you to make sure that your temporary volunteers are getting their doses of vaccine when you know that you're going to be volunteering on site several times, so that like your time will come. It's happening. Oh, hey, here we go. I'm just gonna grab that stitch to make sure that it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. Go browsing stores. I'm looking forward to being able to see specific groups of people again. Like I missed my family at Christmas time very much, because we have a lot of family traditions around the Christmas season. I have already missed one family funeral since pandemic started, and I'm anticipating missing at least one more. And those are, you know, funerals are family reunions. It's an opportunity to get together and celebrate the loved ones that are still alive, in addition to remembering those who have passed. You're gonna go back to bleachers and sidelines for football safely, and you miss field work. Yeah, I'm excited. So here's something I want. I want to have my friends over. I want to have Phil come down, and he and I just spend a day turning my kitchen upside down and making some delicious food to share with one another and with our families together. I would love to see people continue to work remotely so that they can have both. Phil's amazing at cooking. So am I. I'm pretty good too. I want you to visit me when it's safe to do so. I want to have a birthday party for Catherine, and we can celebrate whichever birthday she wants, because she says one of them at least is the count. You've had my cookies, you know. Good. I'm making banana bread this weekend. Nail polish and every night online. Oh yes. Oh my gosh. Do you want to? I don't work again until Tuesday. Would you like to? Because evening for you is midday for me. So like Monday. I have a bottle of champagne left over from New Year's. It's still in the fridge. I would have to drink it by myself. Literally no tech companies in my area that are wanting to let people stay remote when vaccines are more available. So that's fun. That's poopy is what that is. Fun is a weird, this word, I don't know if it means what you think it means. Can you join even without nail polish? Absolutely. You can join without bevies, you can join without nail polish. We'll just make it a hangout. Sorry, fun S. I saw the /S even though you didn't type it out loud. I mean, I feel like this could be a great opportunity in the digital era to go post office. Not like to the post office, but like post congregating in office spaces to do desk jobs that can be done entirely remotely, and meetings that don't have to, meetings that could just be emails. You meant IRL, but online sounds great too. You prefer the weekend since work will be busy. Well, I am home. The only trick is I'm less. It's just evening is so much later for me than you, so it would be like, would you like to be drinking in the middle of the day? I won't say I would be drunk. I don't really like being intoxicated to the point of it being incapacitated. But I think we should make a hangout happen. I know I have a meeting on Sunday. Yes, I am looking forward to a time where I can have, like, I moved into a new house in summer of 2020, and I could, in theory, as long as people are comfortable sharing we have 2 bathrooms, but we could have, like, I have space to have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 people sleeping in my house. So I could have up to 7 guests without actually, well, I could have 6 guests. The 7th would have to be like, but where do I sleep? Because that would be 2 people in my bed. Yes. I think that we should have a PAX. We should have a Penny Arcade Expo, sans Penny Arcade, and just come to my house and do the evening portions of that convention without spending $400 a night to stay in a hotel. Like, have my whole kitchen and play games and watch Vine compilations, and nobody has to drive because I've got places for people to sleep in the car. Just do it, Charlie and Charlie. Well, yeah. I was like, 2 people sleep in my bed, 3 people sleep in the office, 2 people sleep in Gus's room, 2 people sleep on MK's bed, 2 people sleep on the couch, which pulls out into a full-size sofa. I've done 3 people in a full bed. The problem is the person in the middle can't do any temperature regulation, and so they just boil. So PAX Mojo sounds hilarious. It would be so much fun. Like, we could have a mini marathon from my house. I have good enough internet for it. Like, we could have 24 or 30 hours worth of stream, and we could have enough people to have that much content while still all just existing in the space together. It would just be, if we streamed from the living room, then you would always hear the kitchen, and if we streamed from the office, then people would have to sleep in shifts, or just we would have to stop at some point every night so that some people could get some sleep. PAX Mojo, let's go, let's go. She allowed me to pay for commissions and bevies. It's true. It's true. She's like, how much is it going to cost for you to make this gift for me? And I was like, it will cost 18 ciders, please. Basically like a LAN party. It would basically be a LAN party. It really would. We could write it off as like, here, let's do a mini marathon. But also it's just like an excuse to have Phil and me cook a bunch of food for everybody. And just get to enjoy each other's company on a slightly smaller scale than like a full-blown Zelda-thon marathon. You want to do nail polish and bevy night? Gus goes to bed at 8 o'clock. I'm good for like 4 more hours. Well, James, depending on the specific context, we might need bodies. Like, you're kind of geographically co-located. It might be like, hey Phil, do you think James should come? I mean, at this point, it's starting to be like, okay, we probably would also send people to sleep at like Cora Morgan's house or something. So, but yeah, it could be. I'm hospitable. Yes. You're closer than any of the work that I do right now. Like, it's closer to visit your house than it is for me to go to work. So, your text is close. Trying to convince all my friends to move to Texas. Same thing though for Belgium and Europe hangouts. I am so excited that like at some point in my life I'm going to have a teenager instead of a small child, because I really think that I could make taking him to Europe to see my friends like they're delightful but really cringy. Like, I cannot believe I'm on a European vacation with my mother. But I think we would have a really good time. We got an MC Blue Scarf going. Hi, Baba Kilu. Man, I miss people so badly. I kind of miss people, but like most of my friends live inside the internet anyway. So I'm getting to hang out with my friends right now, and it's like, obviously, like, listen to us. We're planning to a sleepover at my house. Like many of you, I have like full-blown bi-directional relationship, like full-blown friendships with many people that I interact with online. By virtue of the fact that I have a well-curated group of people that I'm exposed to, like, it's awesome. Zeldathon helps with that a lot. Like, Zeldathon curates a wholesome community. Miss playing D&D in person. Press 1 if your brain works better at night during the day. Not really. You miss going to dance practice. I get, like, I am an introvert. Believe none of this. Like, socialization. Remember, I'm hanging out in a safe place with my people. I'm introverted, so, like, I get plenty of, like, the social interaction piece from being at work, and then also I live with 2 extroverts. It's so exhausting. Extrovert friends, you're wonderful. You are wonderful people, and you have social needs that I will never understand. But boy howdy, when I'm the only one who can socialize you, it is so exhausting. So thank you for understanding when I'm like, this has been a really great hangout. I'm gonna go pass out now for a day. No caveats, I miss them all. Yeah, well, I miss everyone. I even miss screaming children for the long and Buffalo Wild Wings. That's an oddly specific example. I miss spending time with the people in my life who have really cool kids, but are also really cool parents. So it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna spend a weekend at the beach because the boys get to spend time together. But actually, it's because you and me are drinking ciders on the patio every night. Like, I miss my mom friends that are so cool. I miss my mom digital friends that are so cool. Stop making me misty. Oh no! We're almost done. Look how much yarn we have left. Like, so little. Welcome to Underestimation Station. We're about 2 hours into the stream and I'm not done with the scarf. But I'm not surprised. I miss my parents my friends that are animal parents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. This is the last light blue stripe. Seriously? Hang on, we have to count this again. I'm just gonna count the light blue. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we're actually, this is the last, we're making the last color change. How about that? Time flies when you're having fun. Hello! Hello, Eco Luke. Welcome to the knitting fun. We are just knitting and we're gassing up our friends. What is this magic machine? This magic machine is not magic. It is the Addy king-sized express knitting machine. It is of German design. Addy is a knitting needle company, and they made a machine that is a bunch of crochet hooks that when they work together by a semi black box kind of mystery components that are hidden inside this case, lets you knit by going cranky, 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 cranky. When you go to a friend's house and a pet comes to check you out and you feel so blessed. Oh, my roommate's cat will occasionally let me pet her, which is like high praise indeed. Oh, I remember Gannon 11 used to have a cat, and I met his cat once, and his cat was so nice, and I was like, oh, he's so nice, he likes me. And again, it reminded me like, he loves people. He loves everybody. Like, he will make best friends with anyone. I was like, you could have let me have this. I could have had this moment where I was like, I'm the cat whisperer. And he's like, yeah, no, you're not. My son has been asking to go on long walks, which is very sweet, but I also don't know that he understands what he's asking for. He had a checkup. Why are you the villain of the story? You're not. Kurt was the villain because he loved everyone equally. Kurt was he was a good boy. He was a fine cat. I was just thinking about, growing up, I had cats that were amputees. Like, both my cats were 3-legged cats. And I was thinking about them today for, I don't even remember why. I think maybe because Purple Steph has a cat that's 3-legged now. Gannon being a villain, come on. You got to hang out with Snubble once. It's Brit from TSG's Bulldog. Oh my gosh, that's such a great name. Incredible. I have 2 incredibly friendly cats. They are cozy. They will pin you down onto a piece of furniture and make you sit still and let them occupy your lap. They love when people sleep on the couch, and they will come and sleep on your head or sleep on your lap or sleep right between your legs so you're pinned inside the blanket and you can't move. I wonder if Spam in a Can is still around because I'm getting ready to, we're taking the scarf off of needles. Oh. Cancel whatever I just pressed. Thank you. No. So now I'm going to take the project off of the machine. So I have I keep a little size 0 circular needle here because it's actually slender enough to fit between, beans. I was trying to avoid that. So I can pick up the stitches without risking dropping them until I drop them anyway. So, but I just dropped one. We'll fix it. Easy peasy. All right. While I do this, decide what would you like to do. Do you want to start the hat? Do you want to finish the scarf completely so you can see what it is start to finish? What would you like to do first, friends? Or what would you like me to do first? Finish the scarf as your vote. You feel blessed when your cat lets you pet her. She's a 1-person cat, and that person's your husband. Oh no! My cat is my cat loves Doug. Doug or not is my IRL literal brother, and 10 years ago, he lived with me for a couple of months when he first moved to the state. I put him up in my guest room and he hung out. That is where we got the, that's where we finished the scarf. Okay. This is where we started to use Doug as a verb for feeding a cat that's already been fed dinner because the cat begged and your heart went out to them. Here, let's adjust some camera angles. Oh, how do you take care of the knots when you're transitioning colors? So, I used to just tie a knot and kind of situate it there, but I have started to weave in the ends. So I actually much like when I'm hand knitting, you have to do something with the end of the yarn. It has to go somewhere. So I will incorporate it in by sewing it in. You want to send me pizza again where it doesn't get lost? Gracious. That was such an adventure. I will tell you, whether you knew about it at the time, that was such a stressful thing that was going on because of how things were happening with my job, like my work during the day, and just me and Gus going to the regional mail distribution center trying to find this box of pizza on dry ice fiasco. You had a dog as a kid and it absolutely shows your dad. Oh no. Yeah, so Neko particularly took a liking to having Doug around, just because Doug is he's so loving. For anyone, I don't know that he would deny this if pressed, but he's he's just a genuine and loving person. We have a lot in common. We're both kind of these very sincere people online, and he's genuinely excited to see other people succeed. We both have this Felicity kind of attitude. And this cat, he loves animals, and he loved this cat, and this cat loved him, and he would let her sleep on his bed. And this is after I had kicked the cats out of the bedroom because my husband was allergic. So being able to have a room that had slightly less cat hair and dander in it was good for his health. And when Doug moved into his own place, the cat would go and wait outside his bedroom door, which was across from my now ex-husband's office. And then the cat would go and cry at my now ex-husband, where's Doug? Where's Doug? When's he coming back? It was so sweet. I almost, at one point, I almost wanted to be like, Doug, I can't, she's your cat now. You did this. I can't understand how this happened, but it's happened. And he was thinking of adopting, and I almost went to him to have the conversation, they're kind of older and a little bit broken, but these cats really love you. Do you want my cats? I would miss them so terribly and would come visit them. But then now he's got Boogie and Willow, and I would never be able to deprive somebody of that. You've taken a liking to having Doug around as well. I know! Doug is so great. I'm so chuffed. I'm chuffed. Chuffed is nuts that he's a part of the Zeldathon team and community, and that I get to watch my brothers succeed in all of these different kind of intangible ways. Can y'all see what I'm doing all right? So I'm just taking each of these ends. So every time there's a color change, there's a long end and a short end. The short end is the one that I already weaved in while we were going. So hi Arketlum, welcome to the party. Oh my gosh, what kind of dog did you have when you were little? Luke, if you want to continue that part. Doug's okay. Let's never forget, without Doug, we would never have found Noise Skip. Let's not forget that the CDI was Doug's into the Zeldathon team, and what a great excuse to introduce these two amazing entities in my life and have them gel so well. I still take full 100% credit for getting Doug invited to Zeldathon, because we needed somebody to run the CDI games, and I was like, how hard could it be? It's just 2 buttons. And it was really expensive antique hardware. And so I convinced him to buy a CDI and practice the games, and then he got world record. The CDI is such a good networking tool. It took you 2 years to get that record, and Doug broke it accidentally. A Norwegian elk hound that belonged to your grandfather, but he couldn't take care of him anymore. Wow. That is a great reason to have an animal, by the way. So my son's stepmom just got a cat for the same reason. Somebody in their community was getting older and couldn't care for their animal anymore, and rather than surrender them to a shelter, they found, like, they rehomed them directly. And so now they have this massive Maine Coon, Garfield looking, its name is Simba, this gigantic cat. The cat is bigger than their dog. But now Gus has a cat and a dog at that house, and he has the 3 cats at this house, and he's just like surrounded by animals. It's so nice. Rob will get world record. It'll happen. He'll take it back. The route's great. It just, there's a little bit of RNG. There's some opportunities for dumb deaths. There's a water temple auto scroller. Trying to find one old person getting rid of a perfect state CDI for free. Oh goodness. Yeah. I keep trying to, like, Doug is doing these more gassing up Doug in his absence. He's probably resting right now. He's actually met that's good at battle, so it's so much practice. And we had a Game Genie growing up. We could not beat that game without the Game Genie before. We had to use warps and save states. It took so long. I was asking him, because he's doing this thing where he's crowdsourcing his schedule. Like, he's letting the audience pick what games he plays on his streams. And so I'm like, do you have this from when we were kids? Do you have this? Because I forget which of my brothers has our collection of NES games or our N64 games. We skipped this NES at our house. You have an NES game that you love, you kind of want to play with Doug. Yes! You're looking into IRL puppies. Ooh, baby. I had a corgi for a little while, who was just a really, really bad fit for our family. And so we rehomed him because he did not like the size of our backyard. And I actually, I was pregnant at the time, so I couldn't be in the same room as him, but I was his mommy, and so he was very distressed by this. He had separation anxiety, but anytime he was stressed out, it would make him musk. And so this dog that I couldn't be around because I couldn't be around the smell of him would smell worse and worse the more I wasn't around him. We were just like this vicious cycle. Poor guy. And we found a lady, and now he has a Facebook. Like, this dog is living the best dog life. He's got 2 Newfies. And the neighbors have sheep, so he just gets to run around and herd sheep. And they taught him how to do water rescue. So he wears a little vest that says he's a water rescue dog. He's this little, this walking fluffy hot dog. Oh, that's a dachshund, but he's a hot dog with a bun. A friend of mine has a Maine Coon ragdoll. Oh my goodness. Doug and OC exchanging the Tingle world record for a month. Yes, that's so true. You're gonna be real. Doug and Phil represent the best of Team Low Rule. I love Doug. I love Phil. I think they're both wonderful. Just personality-wise, I think they're great human beings. I think they're entertaining to be around. I think that they are interesting and fascinating and clever and dedicated. I love them both. When I first met Phil, I was like, oh, okay, this is a TSG guy. Nope! It's not just a TSG. This guy is spectacular. Corgis are super cute. He was, of course, named Ein because, how would I possibly pass up the opportunity to have a Corgi named Ein? But we had him for about a year, and then when these two polar bears, basically. Well, I guess they were black. They weren't polar bears. But these 2 bears walked into my house to be introduced to this dog to see if they were a good match. And he's like, this is my sister. You will not take her away from me. And I was like, okay. He likes your dogs. I think he's a good fit with your family. Are you, you know, are you willing to, you know, to move forward with this you know, adoption, this transaction? And she's like, I'm willing to pay this much money. And I was like, girl, I was gonna pay you to take him. Here's everything we bought for him. Here's all of his papers. Here's all of his medical record. He's such a wonderful dog. He's just it will languish in this home with us. We are not his right parents. He belongs with you. Godspeed. And then she sent me the invite to his Facebook page, and I was like, oh, I love this. I love this dog so much. Your corgi's named Carmelita, and she's snoot is all snow covered. Oh, it's so cute. I've always wanted a Russian bear dog. I don't have the space for it. That sounds like a big dog. I don't know dog breeds very well. My parents had a farm dog that arrived at our house and lived with us for like 6 years afterwards. But we lived in smaller homes, so we had cats when I was growing up. Oh, come on. Get in there. You should keep playing the Tingle game. It's so fun. I like point-and-click adventures. The only problem with that point-and-click adventure is it does have a little bit of reflex-based gameplay that makes me more concerned in my capacity to finish it. I'm working too. I am working on being entertaining and making a prize. So I'm just end weaving. This is finishing work. So, some for the crafters in the audience, there are a couple of definitions that people use for like when stuff is done, like if you finished a project. I would say that this is done because it is off needles. I've done all of the main body of the knitting. It's done, but it's not finished. I have to do the finishing work. So that's what we're doing now, is finishing work, weaving in all of these ends. You know, I've already weaved in a half dozen of them. Oops. I work from home even if the pay isn't as great. I work, I am semi-self-employed, so I, like in this past week we've talked to a couple of people about 3 different temporary positions where people need a doctor to fill in for a little while, and I like to do that sometimes, especially because I had like the kind of medicine I practice is it's a little bit niche, and I'm certainly qualified to do more, but my very, very, very favorite part of my job is taking care of newborns in the hospital. So sometimes people find themselves in need of, like, we just need somebody to be at the hospital. And that's actually, I got the job my permanent job that I have, my contract job, initially was a temporary job like this. And I showed up and they're like, man, our situation isn't changing. Like, this really isn't a temporary need. What do you think about that? And I said, well, I mean, you have a wonderful team, and this is my opportunity to practice my very favorite kind of medicine. Okay. And so we worked out a contract and got all that together, and I've been with them now for a year, and I love it. For tax purposes, your company called you a freelancer. With the pandemic, this is actually a blessing in disguise, because yes, I took this permanent job because I could get benefits. It's actually really nice to not have to, like, there are ways around being self-employed and being able to get some sort of health insurance, but my health insurance is cheaper and better if I go through the company, which kind of makes sense, right? I'm not just like every man for himself kind of situation. So I have good insurance now, which is super nice. I've had a couple of checkups since my insurance kicked in. Gus just had his first checkup since our insurance changed over, and it was actually yesterday, so he got to play hooky all day because the school attendance policy, which totally makes sense, says this: if you can't show up by X o'clock in the morning, you shouldn't come in at all, because it's disruptive to the rest of the class when you breeze in super tardy. So I tried to get the last, like, an afternoon appointment, but they didn't have any, so I took like an earlier appointment in the day, but I still was like, well, now let's just go home. How does one self-employ? Well, the self-employ in air quotes for me is very true. Like, there are lots of people who are self-employed. They're like content creators and partners and stuff. People who do like YouTube and Twitch as their living. Many musicians are like, they're freelance or self-employed in that kind of perspective. As a self-employed physician, I generally work through middleman agencies. So I contact the agencies. I say, here are my credentials as a physician. You know, what like hospitals or clinics or groups have been reaching out saying like, this is what we need, and then they kind of do matchmaking services. I love being self-employed. I don't mind it. Like, the taxes are a little bit kind of daunting, sort of, for people who just don't take care of them that way. But now, like, I have a house. Like, now I have an employee as well, which is weird. So I bought a house and I have an employee now. So this year's taxes are going to be a disaster. Thankfully, I have a CPA. You find the people that need what you do, and then you sell them your time. That's exactly it. You show up with a particular set of skills, and it's a set of skills that they need. And I don't have to invent this wheel. This is something that people have been doing for a long time. But I kind of have the best of both worlds, because I have my salary job, and in negotiating the contract, I said, one of the points of the contract is that you're not going to tell me what to do with the time that I'm not working. You can't say where I can work or where I can't work. I promise I won't work within 40 miles of here, but other than that, I need to still own my time, because you don't own me. You don't pay me enough for me to only work for you. And they said, oh, okay. I mean, I guess that sounds right. Which means that I'm loyal to them and I meet their needs, and then on top of that, I still get to take care of myself, which is super important. Because at the end of the day, the only person who's going to be looking out for you is for sure you. Like, hopefully you look out for you. Self-care is important. So let me workshop another idea with you now that we've got a handful of people and a semi-captive audience. Zeldathon team really loves the bumper idea, like the little interstitial video pre-recorded stuff. And it's probably something that's going to stick around even after we start to be in person again. We're probably going to keep making little videos like that. And I was thinking about doing something like super, like a chill little respite like moment. Maybe find something alliterative. Not like meditating with Mojo, because it's not. I'm sensitive about saying that you do something when you don't. So like, just like, I would be irritated if somebody dispensed medical advice that was unwarranted. I don't want to be dispensing metaphysical advice. But I was thinking like, like here, let's take a little mini stretch break. So everybody, as you're able, and if you're interested, just where you're sitting, let's do a couple little stretches together, or like do some like counted breaths together. Like everybody, like, man, that was a super hype segment. Let's everybody calm down and switch gears. And so to do that, let's do some 4, 7, 8 breaths or something. What do you think of something like that, friends? And I would definitely sell it as like a straight man kind of thing, like completely sincere, not a parody, not spoofing, not mocking, just kind of whatever it was. That's what I mean when I say straight man. What a weird knot right there. I used to do breathing cool down in afternoon classes in high school, and in hindsight, it was absolutely for the teacher's benefit, but it was a nice habit. They do little meditations at my son's school. They take little breaks and do Like they'll have a 5-minute break between activities where everybody will like stand up and stretch, or they'll do like he did yoga poses. I remember in preschool he came home doing like eagle and cobra, and I was like, what are you? That's yoga, dude. Do you realize that you're doing yoga right now? Do you know cat and cow? Do you want to do those ones? I can teach you more animals, dude. I had one like econ class my senior year in high school, and we like pretended to play the stock market, and we pretended to balance a checkbook, and the only thing I learned in that entire class was the supply and demand curve, because I made a study guide for the final that somebody stole and photocopied and started to sell and tried to sell that to me, and I was irate. You weren't allowed to do meditation in school? Yeah. Yeah. I can see a lot of places where it would be kind of frowned upon. We had draw a career and a budget from a hat and plan your month exercise. We didn't even have something like that. Professional singer and a budget of 10 million was in the hat. That's realistic. That's certainly something. That's the American dream right there. Is that's something that's available to somebody as easily as being pulled from a hat. So you were paying for bodyguards and private jets, and catering, and planning your tour, and booking time in the recording studio. It had nothing to do with how many days of ramen noodles you were gonna and Bisquick you were gonna have to do to make ends meet because your car broke down mid-month. Month 1, buy very large house. Yes. Money doesn't even have value at that point. It's all just your connections. It's all just your clout. One entire swimming pool of Chardonnay, please. Monthly. Hiding in the bathroom, meditating your brains out. Gracious. Yes. Oh my gosh, hipster. My monthly bouncing castle budget is really ballooning. Oh no! Argetlum, I'm so sorry. It's $3.25 on a Friday. Why would you do this to another person? Guess I'm staying until midnight until I get this done. Barf. Well, I'll stick around with you for another couple hours probably if you want a little bit more lurky company that's going to be a little bit more less that energy and something different. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Man, Argetlum, I should make you dinner tonight too. My roommate's working late. This is the 3rd night in a row, so I cooked last night and the night before, and then tonight I'm thinking of making... I'm torn. I'm like, do I want to make like poutine, or do I want to make zucchini fritters, or do I want to bake a bunch of sweet potatoes? I haven't figured out what I'm making for dinner yet. So like, my camera's upside down. This is, why didn't anybody tell me? Properties, transform, rotate 180 degrees. There. I didn't even, you tell me my fly was down this whole time, everyone. Good grief. You've been looking at stuff upside down this whole time. There. That's better. Now it looks like what I look like. What I'm looking at. Actually, that camera wasn't working about 40 minutes before stream was supposed to go live, so I'm very glad that it's showing any picture at all, because I was very worried. Oh, it's totally not fair on a Friday. This is on top of me making sure my coworkers' cases don't time out and fixing their screw-ups. Barf! Doesn't it suck being the reliable one? Doesn't it stink? Hi, Narvik! How are you? Oh, I should probably tip this camera. You can still see my fun time. You watched your craft stream from that view, and it so kind of flew over my head that it wasn't right! You totally assumed I'd be on the time slots of everyone else. No, I'm on the Euro-friendly time slot. I'm on the Gus is at school. So I am free to be in front of my computer without him needing me for stuff. Or wanting to be a part of it. You both Narvik. We've been going for about 2.5 hours. I'm not done. I'm probably going to stream for another 1.5 hours at least. I'm at this point I'm looking at probably stopping right around 5 p.m. Central, which is 6 Eastern. Possibly a little earlier. I'm just like, I'm in a groove. I'm having so much fun spending time with my friends. I'm so energized by your presence, everybody. And the conversation that we're having is so stimulating and I love it. So I'm probably going to stick around. At the very least, I want to come out of this with 2 whole prizes for the next Zeldathon event completed. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more ends to weave in this way. Narvik, I was talking about you earlier because you have also graced this stage. You've come and streamed your content from the Zeldathon community for the Zeldathon community to the Zeldathon channel as well. And I was talking about how a bunch of us do a bunch of different kinds of things. If it weren't for work at home, you would have flat out said no, because you're not about to drive home in the dark. You don't have to. Yes, I can see that. Like, okay, I will work on this until 5 p.m. and then whatever's not done isn't getting done until later. But it's harder to kind of exert that boundary from like, I have a commute. I need to commute from my office to my living room later. Well, that doesn't involve being on the roads with anyone else. That's one of my hairs. It doesn't need to be in the scarf. Thank you. Thank you. There are those that say that you can weave the hairs of people into crafts and that will then imbue some sort of connection between the recipient and the donor of whatever the fiber was. Which means that a whole lot of you are deeply ingrained and connected with my cats. Because there is cat hair in every project that I make. With work from home, you stop working well past when you would have normally stopped because you don't have the commute. You have so many Mojo hats. It's true. Like, I'm like, man, can I just send you a hug in the mail in the form of a shawl? And it's like, oh, well, these people already have. Like, Catherine the other day posted a picture like, here, I'm wearing this hat that's from this massive tote of all gifts handmade by Mojo that Doug has in his possession. And it's like, well, maybe I should stop making him stuff. Bump up the price for the cat-imbued knitted goods. If you ever just get this unyielding desire to run across the house and yell at the top of your voice after you've gone number 2, then you probably have been imbued with my cat. They always announce to the entire universe, anyone who's in the house, whether they care to listen or not, that the litter box is now in a state of use, and I'll continue to use it, but I just need you to know it's not as clean as it used to be. You work remotely for 20 years now, you don't know what an office looks like. I was trying to get dressed to go take my son to his doctor's appointment yesterday, and I was like, I'm feral. I am no longer like fit for human consumption. I have no idea what pants are. What am I gonna wear to like take him to the doctor's office? I have no normal people clothing. I own a pair of blue jeans. I don't like them. They're pinchy. And they don't stay up very well, so I'm not gonna wear those. I finally settled on like my blousiest like long sleeve t-shirt thing that's actually like got a feminine cut and ruching and a little bit of a scoop neck, and isn't a tank top with a graphic image on it, and some yoga pants. PJ and hoodie pants for life. Oh, I love it. I have 2 pairs of sweatpants that I have been wearing a lot in the past year. I have some yoga pants. I have been considering finding some pocket leggings that I can get behind. I just ordered a new brand to see, because I'm really picky. Like, I want a really high waist, but I want the inseam to be super long, so I want it to like come at least to my ankles. I'm always nervous about trying like those. These are yoga pants that look like business attire. Like, I love the idea of that, but I'm not shaped like you, the marketing division of whatever company, think women are shaped like. I have a very kind of approaching 1-to-1 ratio of my waist to my hips. Like, I'm just kind of cylindrical. I don't have like a little bitty waist or anything. So it's so hard to find clothing that's suitable with a figure like this. And like, if I want pockets, I just buy men's pants. Like, whatever. So it's not flattering on the feminine portions of my figure. Well, it's because these aren't feminine pants. Whatever. I demand pockets. Yes, this is some. It's like 7 or 8 years of Carlos music just blasting in your ear holes. You forgot to use deodorant last week. I didn't get to wear deodorant one day last week because I got stranded in a hotel without my suitcase while I was on a layover. And so I was like, well, good thing we sit really far apart from each other, because I'm not going to get to put on deodorant until after I get my suitcase after this flight. The only time you wear jeans is when you have to, otherwise you're in shorts. You've been working from home for almost a year. You love not commuting by 3 buses, and your productivity is really good, but you miss people, including your office mom. I am so grateful that my work wife is on Facebook. I have the same work wife that I had in residency. We just kind of never disentangled that mutual respect. I actually have 2 work wives. I have a work wife from my first attending job too. But I'll call either of these women like, hey, I am stumped by a clinical presentation. What would you do in this case if you were taking care of the patient that I'm taking care of? Like, let me curbside you and use your intellect, but also like, let me be here for you while you go through, like, one of them called me when she was experiencing a medical emergency in her home, like in her family, and then another one called because she was like, hey, so I'm having this social devastation thing happening in my life, and I just need a friend. I'm like, I don't miss tech bro software office culture. Oh no, I don't like the sound of that. If she ever does any yoga or other type of dexterity exercises, would you have a work-wife balance? Ooh. You say that, but my one work wife, right, like, runs marathons routinely. Like, that's what she does for herself to feel good about things. Like, she just runs for 8 miles or 20 miles. And good on her. Somebody has to do that. That is even better than the cranking out a scarf statement that I made earlier. Gannon, you are truly powerful. Yes, marathons are 26, but she is always training for a marathon. Wow, keyboard. Yeah, but I read that with all the right letters in it. So it's how the human brain, we take in information and we make a boatload of assumptions about it and then just act on that all the time. That's human perception in a nutshell. Recently picked up some exercise equipment so you can steal time from work to get yourself back into shape. Let's go. You'll stick with a 5K, says Herb. Yes. I kickstarted something cool, and I would would talk about it more, but it showed up broken, so I can't tell you anything more about it except that it's very heavy and it doesn't work. You need to talk to your office mom over MS Teams. She's always a phone call away. I love that. I kind of am like, now, back me up here, Liz. We have a small cadre of Zeldathon moms. I'm kind of Aunt Zeldathon because you can also come talk to me when you're in trouble. Halves are 13-1. You can do half, but I have had bad knees since college. I used my knee up in college and never looked back. I loved what I was doing at the time. I was doing martial arts and I destroyed it. And so now running is not comfortable for me. You wouldn't know it having seen me in 2019, but it used to be quite muscular. Okay. It was a pleasure to get to meet you in person back in 2019, Argetlan. I am glad that I had that experience. I'm glad that you took the initiative. You were bold enough to be in the position that you were and that you got to be, that happened for you in your life. All right, I think that we're done end weaving. Yep. So let's turn this puppy right side out and get ready to seam the two ends, and we will have a finished scarf. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take these needles, I'm going to tuck them down into the center of this, and I'm going to flip the whole thing to its. So here I have the whole thing on my arm as a tube, and I'm going to take the needles into my fist and just flip it right side out. That week remains some of your most precious memories. Yay! Love it. Love that for you. Oh, I brought this, but I did not bring all of the yarn with me. My mistake. Herc, come on. I love this song. Another James Bond quote. Alright, so this is the very last row of knitting that we did. This is row 300. So I'm going to bind this row off first with... I have a bunch of circular needles, and I need 2 that are roughly the same size, and then I need this big boy. I'll just do these 2. It doesn't actually matter. I'm just gonna set these onto needles. I'm gonna use my teeth for a second. Use my mouth as a tool. Not something that I do very often these days now that we're in a pandemic. But 1, 2, 3. There are 46 stitches in a row here. So I'm just going to pick up 23 of them because 23 is half of 46, and also number 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And then this one I also have to fix that stitch that I dropped. So right here, is just a disaster. So I'm just going to ladder it up. Because I dropped the stitch as I was taking it off the machine. So I started to unravel. Just one stitch just dropping down row by row by row. So I just make one stitch to fix it. Sab Irene is rating the Zeldathon channel with a party of 39. Welcome! Welcome all! Hello! 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hi, Sam! A new raid! Hi, Ed! Hi, Ed! How are you? Madeline the Millennial, welcome. Cannon's here on the Sab Irene raid too. Look at you. He's a multitasker. We're just here knitting. We're knitting. You gotta go take care of your puppy. You'll come back up. I hope so. See you in a bit. Have fun taking care of your puppers. All right. So help me. Yarn, please cooperate. Don't make me. come over there. I'll cry. Puppy, 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 puppy. All right. Now we are just gonna do a 3-needle bind off. So I'm just gonna close it. Right now it's an open tube. I'm just gonna flatten this end and pinch it closed. So now it's gonna look like the bottom of a Capri Sun. Oh, something. Someone got your name right. You're welcome. I try. I don't always succeed, but I do try. I impressed well, not the entire trousers off, but I certainly impressed someone. I didn't impress the pants off them. Because I saw that what looked like aisle in there, like I-S-L-E. And so I pronounced it aisle, and they said nobody ever, like everybody pronounces the S. And I was like, okay, I'm not, like, I don't know why you didn't spell it like is Lee. You spelled it like aisle, but okay. So I try. I'm one of those people, like in real life, I feel like I have a very straightforward name, but apparently it is also impossible for people. So I try. So for the Raiders, this is the Zeldathon community stream. This means that someone in the Zeldathon community streams for the Zeldathon team so that we can continue to have community engagement besides just our big charity events. My name is Mojo. I am a crafter. As you can see, I am taking this beautiful yarn and turning it into a Zeldathon prize by knitting. I was knitting with my knitting machine earlier, which I am going to go back to knitting with my knitting machine here in just a few minutes. If you want to see that. We're coming up on a bio break. Everybody, I want you to stand up and stretch if you choose. You're welcome to participate in this. I'm going to stand up, stretch my legs for a moment, and run to the restroom, and then we'll come back and change gears to another project, which will involve having to change my camera angles back for temporarily so I can sit back further away from the camera and knit with the knitting machine. But right now we're just finishing off a Zeldathon prize. I call you Maddie Line. Huh. I almost exclusively, at least once, for every Maddie that I know, call them Maddie Cakes, because it is a nickname that someone's cat once had, and it was so cute that it has stuck with me so tenaciously. And I have a family member named Maddie that I'm like, can I call you Maddie Cakes? And they're like, no, you can never say that word around me ever again. And I was like, duly noted. I will resist the urge to call you by a name that you despise. But it's just a mutual respect thing. All right, don't drop that. Yeah. So this is all that's left of that entire skein of dark blue yarn. Like, we started with this much, now we have this much left, and we have this much of the light blue. Divorced uncle, you found huge spools of free thread. Anyone have an idea what you can do with it? Oh, I don't know. Depends on what the character of the spool is. So, a couple of the quality of life things that I try and do to make these look a little bit more handsome. There's usually a stretched out stitch right here at the end, so I try to redistribute the stretching. Like really, really fine. If it's like a big cone of that, sometimes that's used on like a serging machine, which is like a sewing machine that also makes a seam and trims down the excess fabric away from the seam. It's a very interesting kind of stitch. Thank you! These colors are supposed to be reminiscent of Ravio from A Link Between Worlds, the NPC that has the shop that gets set up in the middle of your house. And spoilers, turns out to be Low Rule's equivalent of Link, except he is nervous about the job that he has to do, and he chickens out and ends up, Link has to save his entire dimension when he was supposed to be the hero. Yeah, it's from an industrial textile plant. Oh, interesting. That's so cute. Maddie Cakes. I love it. It fits well for anything adorable, kawaii, diminutive, precious. You only ever play Ocarina of Time, but that game was amazing. Yes, I don't play a lot of games. I'm not very good at playing games myself. I find that I am gonna make it sound like I'm downplaying myself a lot. I don't have great hand-eye coordination, I say as I sew staring into a camera and do fine. My brain doesn't map well to video game controls, and I have tested this theory. I don't think it's internalized misogyny. I'm just actually bad at video games. I'm not like, I can't figure out that, you know, when I'm playing this game, the Y button makes me do this, and the B button makes me do this, and the trigger button makes me do this. Like, I just get overwhelmed by controls. I do, however, adore video games, especially when I can enjoy someone else's playing of them. So my mirror neurons work very well. I do love I love the Zelda franchise, and I enjoy all these games. Yeah, muscle memory maybe. Young men play games their whole lives. I've been exposed to video games my entire life. I was shy at them as a kid. I'm shy at them now. I still have a good time, but the way that I enjoy games the best is when somebody else is in charge of playing them. Like, I don't love racing games, but I watched Luke Sumicki play a racing game, and I was on, like, I spent half the time in my seat and half the time rolling on the floor laughing. You got to play the CDI Zelda games? They're so hard. Yes. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So I was one of those, I'm one of those former gifted and talented kids. You know, the ones where they say put a finger down if you've ever, like, given up on something just because you weren't perfect at it immediately and refused to practice. So you either didn't do something or you did it flawlessly every time, and, like, all of that. Like, I feel really seen when I see those, and I don't like the picture, and I would like it to not be on the internet. But it's not just like, oh man, I'm so bad at games, but if I practice, I could get better. I could get better than I was, but I could get better up to almost mediocre. And I don't have fun. Like, playing games isn't fun for me. It's stressful. Like, I'm not having a good time. I can't progress. Granted, I played Wand of Gamelon, and I never got off the second screen of the parkour that I was trying to do, because that game is super hard. They were great and terrible. They're so hard. They're really fun, wonderful, well-made games, but they are brutally difficult. So I love watching video games. Like Twitch is for people like me, which is awesome, and it's nice to be a part of it. But, like, maybe in return there are people that, like, sitting down and making a scarf isn't for them, but they kind of are having a good time being there when somebody else is sitting and making a scarf. A friend and you once mused about, Gannon says, about whether folks with video game experience were better at using in-car navigation tools because of experience of looking at a mini-map. I wonder what the result of that conversation was. Phil asks, Gannon, have you ever experienced the sensation when you're playing a game involving driving for a while and you hop in the car somewhere real and your brain is like, should I go 100? Are lanes a suggestion? Oh no. I don't play a lot of driving games, Gannon says. Yes, Arget Lamb, the CDI Zelda games are brutal. They are punishing. Blast, you played Rocket League. I don't know how realistic Rocket League is. Alright. Last end to weave in. We're going to close the bottom of this scarf. And I lost my needle. Found it again. 3-meter diameter soccer ball. Gracious. Chaps. So I don't know how much of this, like, my needles that aren't in use are, like, scrabbling across the top of the table a lot. Rocket League's been consuming your life recently. I hope in a good way. You have a lead foot. Yikes. Ooh, a Chrono Trigger. Yes. Okay, come on. You're so scrabbly. Get out of here. Who did I watch play this game? I think it was Ganon. It was so good. I watched a ton of video game play as growing up, and then I went off to college, and I didn't have a ton of friends that played games, but I did, for one of the years, I had a boyfriend who had a GameCube, and so I got to get back into like, hey, let's hang out. I will, you know, I have studying to do. You're done with your work, but you want to just sit and play games. Well, cool. Let's just hang out. You play games. I'll have my feet under your leg on the couch, you know, which is like, that's such a good fun time for me. Gosh, what game makes me think of that? Skies of Arcadia. If I'm going to be working for the next forever, I should probably make yourself some coffee. Yes. This is normally later in the day than you permit yourself coffee. But this sounds like I hope these are extenuating circumstances. Okay, well. It's so relaxing and calming. You are welcome, Orion. I'm glad you're having a good time. This is just the chill vibe that I like to set down. I like to listen to some like instrumental jazz, hopefully by a friend of mine, and knit and just talk chat's ear off. I love Skies of Arcadia. It's a good game. Again, it says if you already own the game on Steam, you can still play it there. But if you're just getting it, it's only available via the Epic Game Store, but it is for free there. With Rocket League. Oop. Oh, I stepped. The stitch is split. Hence the squeals of anxiety or frustration, disappointment, all the feels. All right. Last stitch. I just have to like do that little cleanup to make this look a little bit prettier, and then weave in the end, and then this is going to be done. You kind of fell off. I bounce off games all the time. Like, what did I bounce off TV shows too. What my roommate was like, here, let's just watch. We watched like 4 episodes of The Good Place, and I bounced real hard off of that. Like, I can appreciate that it's fun for people, but I did not really care for I didn't care for the main character. I was like, I don't have to put up with this. I have boundaries. I don't have to listen to you. Bye. My roommate's like, it gets better. There's a redemption arc, and I'm like, yeah, we're 4 episodes in. I'm done. You're waiting for. Oh, that's awesome. She deserves to know. You were talking about this last night. I recall now. I bounce off trampolines. Your younger brother wanted you to watch WandaVision, but for whatever reason, the first 15 minutes of the show turned you off. My roommate has been really digging on the WandaVision, and I said, I don't have the patience for a serial anymore. I don't have to. I didn't watch this season of British Bake Off when it came out 1 episode a week. I was like, nope. I want to watch them all now. I don't want to wait. I cut the cable for a reason. I want my entertainment, and I want it now. So I will probably, when the season is over, or the series is over, maybe I'll pick it up, but I will be super lazy. Yes, my roommate loves Marvel, so I'm not surprised that she's into it. The season of Bake Off was hard. The stress clearly was getting people in a different and less fun way. I don't think I saw this upcoming. I don't think I've seen this season yet. I think it was last season that I didn't watch. You watched all of The Mandalorian in 2 days, but it's a very different show. I haven't watched any of The Mandalorian because I wanted to watch it all at once. So, I also like to enjoy consumable content of that nature with people sometimes. Like, for example, there's an anime that I've never watched that I know that I have some friends that really, really love it, but I kind of want to wait and see it with them. Though I think part of the hesitation is the fear that I'm not going to like it as much, or as much as anticipated. Gannon, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and I haven't seen it, and I haven't seen it for a lot of reasons, but one of them is that I kind of want to see it with you. I have a scar. No pressure. It's not like our lives are in a place where that kind of thing can happen anyway, so. You watched it with the Doug crew, but I don't always get to show up with Doug crew. I saw the pilot, and I was like, yeah, I would absolutely watch more of this show. That was one of my chances. Thank you for saying that it wasn't my only chance. I have a scarf. It's done. So, that's how long it is. Just 6 feet. 2 shades of blue. I need a biological break. So I'm going to mute my mic and put on the BRB screen, and then I'll come right back and we will set up we're going to switch gears. I'm going to turn this into a hat. And if I still feel like knitting on stream, we will turn in what's left of this into a dice bag. So stick around, please stay, listen to the music, enjoy the BRB screen, and I will be back in just a tick. I'm back. All right. Getting some use out of the BRB screen. Well, I mean, they made me a BRB asset, and then I was like, oh, I had lunch right before stream started. So also, let's all thank my roommate for being a wonderful, terrible person. And now we are going to enjoy a sleeve of Thin Mints while we make a hat. And some sleeve of Thin Mint ASMR. Well, that's why it was like that. Okay. This, we're gonna rotate it again so that it doesn't look. Thanks, MK. Thanks for that. BRB, buy more sugar-free chocolate chips. I have. Do you like the Enjoy Life brand? Feel some type of portal. This device, is this some type of portal? It's my Stargate. It's my desk is getting rapidly becoming unusably busy. Hang on. Take some of this stuff up. Boop. gonna need this. You go with Lily's. Enjoy Life makes some like everything free. I don't remember if they're sugar free though, but they're like gluten free. They're vegan chips, and so I like to keep them on hand because one of my best friends is vegan. So if I can, I like to shower him with food stuffs. But I'm thinking of using those chips because I don't melt quite the same way. I'm making banana bread, but the banana bread recipe that I have from Phonic has chocolate chips in it because of course why wouldn't it? Mojo, would you ever listen to a whole Broadway musical soundtrack before watching the actual show? Probably not. This is not working at all. Okay. Reset. That didn't take at all. Usually no. I like to go into things without expectations. It saves me a lot of trouble. Chocolate and banana go together insanely well. Well, we bought bananas because my son specifically asked for bananas. But you know what? My son has also forgotten that he doesn't eat bananas. So we thought maybe he would eat bananas. He hasn't eaten bananas. So now I have 4 bananas that are nearly rotten on my counter. So by tomorrow they will be perfect for banana bread. I think I'm going to make them into muffins instead of loaves, just for convenience. Hello. Oh, and I'm busy. I'm hosting a live stream. You're going to have to wait. So we're back to the Quacky Quacky. For anyone who's curious, the reason that I do like an off-ball, like a different color, is I'm doing what's called a provisional cast on, because the way the machine works, it takes a couple of rows to kind of get the tension even on the stitches to make them actually look nice together. So for a project that's going to use this end, I like to just do some extra stitches first to make it nice and even. But also in this case, I'm actually going to fold up and make a double thick brim on this hat. And in order to do that, I like to be able to have a place to pick up the stitches. And so having 2 different colors where I can grab the live stitches and just be like, let's go. Where's my row end? Oh. Here we go. Friend makes chunky monkey cookie that's chocolate chips and dried banana chips. It's heavenly. Ooh. That sounds very yummy. Center pulling again. Mary Keith, if she were in her grave, would be rolling in it. But she is not, because she is alive. Where's the end? Here we go. So I don't even need to like leave. Like I left some length last time. I left like a bunch of length. I don't need to do that because all I need is enough end to weave in now. And this is much faster. So we're gonna crank along. We're just about 3 hours into the stream. I think by 4 hours, we're gonna be about done with this. If we're done by 4 hours, that means that I beat my fastest completion of a link cat from start to finish, which would be zany and amazing and cool. Not that there's like a speedrun.com to submit the run to. But we're just gonna do this for 50 whole rows. Do our knit 2 rows together on the machine and do 50 more rows like this. You're gonna be seeing your aunt and uncle this week and you make a fat-free spice cake. Ooh, that sounds yummy. I'm gonna make banana bread muffins. I leave town again for work on Tuesday. Maybe I will take some with me. I'm also gonna be doing a ding dong ditch on. Ow! Ow! I just bumped my finger right there. I knitted one of my best friends. Ironically, during our big Texas maelstrom, I had knitted her a hat, 2 kinds of hats, and a pair of gloves, and I ended up wearing them around my house for a couple of days. So they're kind of, you know, I tried and tested, and they work great, and they're still for her. They the fiber I use for them, it actually makes me a little bit itchy. So I do not plan to keep them for myself. They were hers all along, but I actually ended up knitting myself a pair of mittens out of spite while it was so cold, and I was sitting in my house wrapped up in blankets. I was like, my fingers are cold. I'm making mittens. And so I knitted myself some mittens, and I knitted them out of baby camel hair, and I feel like Angora or something, like incredibly ludicrously soft stuff. Spite mittens. They're absolutely spite mittens. They're elsewhere in the house. They're cute. Tank Striker, hello, good afternoon, welcome to the fun. I'm here, just knitting for fun over on the Zeldathon channel instead of on my own. Because why not? Why not engage the community in something that I love? I love this community, I love knitting. Why not combine those two things? And take over the community stream for a couple hours today. This is why you eat salad. Your friends were making fun of the fact that you were going to get a cheeseburger at a restaurant we went to. So I ordered chicken salad, and purely to spite them. I bought salad simply because I had one of those meal kits, and I did not want the kale as salad. I wanted the kale as baked chips. And so I have all the ingredients to make a homemade vinaigrette. So I bought salad in a sack, and I'm having salad in a sack with whatever it is that I make for dinner, whether it's baked potatoes, or poutine, or what was the other thing? Oh, I was gonna make fritters. It's gonna be good though. It's apricot jam and some like champagne vinaigrette or champagne vinegar. And then I'll use my own olive oil and mustard and stuff and make my own dressing. What song was on the radio? What's the one? Counting Stars. Where the line says, "Everything that kills me makes me feel alive." That's how I feel about food sometimes. I'm like, butter. Yeah, probably murder me, but it's delicious. Like I made piccata sauce yesterday, which is basically butter. It's a lemon butter sauce, and I put capers and stuff in it. It was so hecking good. I actually went to the store today and made sure that we have all of the stuff in case I decide to make it again before I leave town on Tuesday. I like butter. Rows in. See how much faster this is than the scarf? Granted, it's also only one ball of yarn instead of two, but like changing stripe colors so frequently is part of what slows this process down. Which is also why I'm astounded that I managed to make 273 rows in an hour during a Zeldathon event, during that marathon that we had over the winter break. Side quest to take to the seas. Just because I changed the colors a ton, but I still managed to just like crank at like light speed and make almost an entire scarf in an hour. We are also looking forward to a time where it's safe to congregate again. We are hoping and looking forward to and mentally like pre-planning that event. Who was I talking to? I was talking to Dan, 8-Bit Brigadier. And he's like, "Oh, Mojo, I missed you so much, I'm gonna hug you." And I was like, I want hugs. I want to want hugs. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Like, I want to get to the point where I'm no longer worried that me being cavalier about close contact is going to get somebody that I know or love, or somebody I don't know at all, maimed or sick. Elia! Hipster's ready for an in-person event. How do I keep track of the number of rows that I'm on? I don't. There is a little counter right here that you absolutely can't see. I'm currently at 48 rows. There's a row counter. If I had to keep track, this wouldn't happen in an hour. All right. Stacking. When it does happen, be ready for a long hug. Exactly. So when it happens, I want it to be the point where I'm not like, if I were seeing me do this on social media, I would be so judgmental right now. Like, I would have such righteous indignation at the audacity of this person, me. If I were looking at me from an outside perspective, the audacity of this person to put whatever social interaction ahead of the health and safety of just like the community, because a little bit of exposure in one place balloons, like spreads so far. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to a time where it's like, absolutely yes, I want to go see people and be in their houses and eat around people with my mask off and laugh and yell and sing and talk. I want that. It's just, I'm not there yet. And the people are like, oh, I'm vaccinated, so it's fine now. And I'm like, Is it fine yet? I don't think it's fine yet. I'm not ready. This is not, and it's not just like, oh, I'm paranoid and I'm trepidatious. It's like, this is not the time. I know that we are all tired. I've had pandemic fatigue for months. I am not slowing down. I'm not changing what I'm doing yet. I can't afford to have let down my guard and then, do something that causes people that I know or don't know to become sick or dead. That's what it is. It's like, I would be devastated if I gave it to my roommate, if I gave it to my son. If in giving it to my son, I gave it to his teacher, who gave it to her parents who live with her and kills one of her parents. Like, that would still be on me. And it's not like, oh, well, you just have survivor's guilt in this weird, like, hypothetical, paranoia, pessimistic way. No, that's science. That's how this works. I'm not living in fear. I'm living in hope that if we can just get the virus to be less plentiful, it will be okay. That's where I'm at. I had an encounter with a normie today that was so frustrating. Said to me, I swear to you, verbatim, when I said, can you pull your mask up over your nose? It slipped. And he said, I wear it like that. I said, can someone else take care of my transaction, please? I don't want to work with you. Like, no. No, I'm not doing this. You already feel guilty when you give. I gave OC the worst cold of his adult life the first time I met him because I brought a nasty, like, little kid virus with me because I went to a Christmas party right before the very first telethon I ever attended, and my nephew coughed right in my son's mouth, and I said, oh, we're getting whatever that is. Some people, I do need to filter them out, but at the same time I was like, I'm taking this to social media. So I posted, I went on to one of the, like, tell me if there's a compliant business in your town. And I said, well, one bad apple ruins the whole bunch. Like, everyone that was there and every customer that I saw was following the signs, and the sign said 6 feet apart, and the sign said masks. And then there's this one dunderhead of an employee who made me, like, just so livid about the whole thing. Like, I'm mad that I have to be stuck in this indoor space with you. Like, how selfish are you being right now? Like, you're disrespecting me by not wearing a mask. Because I respect you. That's why I wear a mask. I respect you. That's why. The end. What is going on? What is going on with this stitch right here? Weird. Well, whatever. Oh, stuck. Let go. Let go. measures don't really matter. It's true. Hopefully in-person events will happen by next year. Whenever I can go back to the office when it's safe, I'm going to hug my office mom and probably cry so much. Yes! Like, this thing is annoying if people allow one person I know isn't doing the right thing and ruins everything. It's true. I was all excited. I was at the grocery store because I needed to grab a bunch of stuff. Because I do the grocery shopping for our family whenever I'm in town because my roommate works from home. She's actually more protected than I am. And I've been vaccinated and she hasn't. So I go to the store. And I was like, man, I'm so excited. Everybody's got their mask on. Everybody's got their mask on over their nose. And then like in the produce section, there was somebody with no mask in sight. And I was like, ruined. I felt like the chat in a Bob Ross VODs. All right. Thank you. It's Carlos playing VGM covers. So it's kind of in that super gray area where Carlos has given us permission to use his music, but it's not his original pieces. People at the store I go to usually are fine. That's awesome. I find that there are usually a couple entitled brats everywhere I go. Maskless in the produce section, I was like, good thing I don't want any onions right now. At work, it's like, every time I walk into a patient room, I say, hello, this is who I am and why I'm here. Would you please wear a mask while you have staff in the room here? And they're like, I tested negative for COVID. And I'm like, great, I want to keep you that way. And then they're like, oh, okay, I guess that tracks. But they aren't doing it consistently, and it's not like I've made an impression where they're like, oh, hey, now a nurse is in here. The doctor said whenever the doctor's in here, we should have a mask on. When my nurse is in here, maybe I should have a mask on. It's not connecting that way, and they made us take down the signs because people thought the signs were rude when it said, it is recommended that you wear a mask over your nose and mouth whenever staff are present in the room. How is that rude? Even it says recommended, so people can be like, I don't have to do this, it's just recommended. So, the beginning of all this, you ran into a woman that swept an entire shelf of mac and cheese into their cart. And you couldn't help but laugh. Oh gosh, that's funny. I was excited the first day that I saw Purell on the shelves in like early February, or maybe it was January. Throw my matter in. I get the COVID shot. If I didn't find out, it cost me $17.50 for the shot. Ooh. Oh, that's not cool. That's not okay. Hopefully the 90% of people around you can get the shot so that you don't have to be gouged like that price-wise. Baking yeast was your white whale for a while. We had hand sanitizer on the shopping list for 11 months, and then I saw it and I was like, it costs you $3,500 just to get tested. Holy crap. Holy crap. Yeah, think about that. We ended up with 300 rolls of toilet paper because my roommate has a little bit of... She was able to comfort her nervousness by being prepared. And then it's like, yeah, it's all fine and good, but we have oatmeal and popcorn and ramen noodles and toilet paper now. And we don't use 3 of these objects. That's why you never ever live. Yeah. Oh yeah, people are absolutely making a profit off of human suffering. That's welcome. That's why you never leave. I'm so grateful. Like, my roommate, her company has let her work from home almost this entire time. She works in a field that does have some interaction with like consumers. But they tried opening a little bit in the summer and they're like, this is infeasible. There's no way to do this safely. And so instead of saying there's no way to do this safely, we're going to do it anyway, they said there's no way to do this safely, we're not going to do it. And I really respect her company for that. It's hard to stay healthy during a pandemic. It depends on what kind of healthy you're talking about. If it's hard to keep track of your mental health, absolutely. Time kind of slogs in a weird way. And it's hard to do. For some people, their mental health management, like their self-care, is interacting with people in a public space. sometimes your self-care is being at the gym, and if your gym is closed or it's not safe to be at your gym. You know, like I have friends who their self-care is going to church and participating in praise and worship. And that is soul-filling and supporting for them. But if it's not safe or it's something that's not being done, then they're not being fueled in that way. So that's all right. Goodbye, Inca and Hipster. Have a lovely rest of your evening. It was a pleasure to spend some time with you today. I miss you so much. Let me know if you want to set up a little digital hangout this weekend. Enjoy your time together. If health is having access to good, healthy foods all the time, some people struggle with that. You were more active before this. Yeah. I know a lot of people who are like, man, I gained so much weight because we've been in a pandemic. And they're like, I'm not really, like, I certainly am not losing weight. Thank you, Tank Striker. This is the kind of stream I like to have. I like to just sit and chat with the people that are in the chat room, and sometimes, like, occasionally I'll have like a buddy like in the phone call too. So we'll just be having like a virtual couch banter, and then I was knitting, doing stuff I was gonna do anyway. You can't even comprehend your couple weeks from the 1 year anniversary. Other things, in terms of like staying healthy. Studies have shown, Leah, that there has been a marked reduction in influenza this year because we haven't been around and breathing on each other very much. So it's not spreading very easily. So we've had a very, very mild flu season this year. Not a good reason to not get vaccinated, but it does show that respiratory droplets are masked by masks, and it helps to keep the community healthier. And this, I think, is in part why in a lot of Asian countries, it's very popular during the winter season to just wear a mask whenever you're out of doors anyway, regardless of whether there's a pandemic, and especially if you have symptoms. But like, as a physician, I was trained to do that. Like, I wasn't sick enough to not be at work, but boy, I needed to not get my coworkers sick. So I would wear a mask. Like, I would wear a mask during my entire day in clinic. I would wear a mask on rounds. And I would just take it off to eat or drink. Because I wanted to keep my germs to myself. And so, like, that, just extrapolating that to the rest of the world, part of it for me is like, this actually isn't that hard. Like, I've actually fallen asleep and slept really deeply with 2 masks on because it's not hard, and I don't feel like I can't breathe, and it doesn't matter if my glasses are fogging up right now. My eyes are closed. So you lost weight from not eating out ever since the pandemic started. Saying, oh no, you are a stickler. My kid is growing appropriately. He has the same irritatingly not variety laden diet. Hoarding germs sounds selfish somehow. Yeah, but if you've already infected yourself, it's hard to like re-inoculate. Like, I would have this struggle pre-pandemic. Years ago, I used to be married, right? So I'm divorced. I used to have a husband, and we lived together like many married people do. And if I would get sick, because like I work in clinics and hospitals, so I was more likely to get sick because I was the one working outside the home in germy places. So I would start to get sick, and I'd be like, man, I'm starting to get sick. Get out of my face. Like, I'm going to sterilize my toothbrush, and I'm going to wash my pillowcase again, and I'm going to Lysol everything that I touch. And he's like, it doesn't matter, I'm going to catch it. And I'm like, yeah, with that attitude you are. Like, don't eat off of my plate, drink out of my drink, kiss me on my mouth when I tell you, please don't do this. I'm sick right now. I don't want mucosal membrane contact. And then he'd catch a man flu. And it's like, this wasn't inevitable until you made it inevitable. Like, why are you like this? Like, you could have just stayed away from me for like 3 days and let me get better, and then you could have skated off of this and been like, or you can catch it, and then you are in misery because you're sick with a cold, which could have been avoided. You're not as hydrated as I am. Your level of health is different than mine, so like, you feel sicker and worse for longer. And mope around like, I just need Motrin and a nap. No, you needed to quit using my fork. Then that's that story. The pandemic has let us really, like, very much get into a better habit about, like, not eating off of each other's plates in general in my household. Like, I would rather have my kid waste food than catch something gross from him. So, 90 rows in. We're almost ready to switch this hat over to manual needles. Anybody else have any ideas? We were talking earlier. I was talking at you earlier and getting a little bit of feedback. I have this idea of using the knitting machine to make some prizes for the next not Zelda marathon. And trying to like figure out what some of the games are going to be in advance so I can make a scarf that's like themed off of a game or a game franchise. So like maybe Metroid scarf would be like yellow and orange and purple and like that teal blue and the bright pink that are the Zero Suit, and then a green and red and white obviously for a larval Metroid. Like any ideas like of game franchises that you like and like the colors that would be associated with those? I've been counting rows. I do not count rows. Okay, let's see if we can get it on the camera. There is a row counter right here. I'm at row 96. So this counts it for me. I do not. I cannot count that well, and especially in this distracted form. I have a cheat sheet. Yes. It is very nice. Yoshi, green, white, and orange. Exactly. That kind of stuff. That would be a really fun scarf to just do those three colors. And that would be a Yoshi one. It's row 99. So now once I get to the black row, these black 3 hooks are designate the beginning of the row. So, and then where did it? Skinny mini size 0 needle that fits right here in this groove where the stitches are held. Can you only make a small item with this machine, or could you make a blanket as well? Mega Man would have blue. Yeah, but which Mega Man? Like if it's Mega Man 2, you could put in the blue, but you could also put in like the coral of Crash Man and like the Metal Man green and burgundy, like that olive green and burgundy. How many non-Nintendo games have color themes? I don't know. I feel like Final Fantasy, or what Chrono Trigger, like what colors make you think of Chrono Trigger? Wario, yellow, black, and yeah, like Wario and Waluigi would be yellow and black and purple and white. That would look cool. This machine can be used to make panels. So it can be used for flat knitting. You could also do, like we were joking about this, me and my friends. We were joking that you could do like almost a lap blanket if you made 3 scarves and then sewed them together side by side. Like if you did a mattress stitch to connect them in an invisible join along the side of them. Because then we could have a project that the number of stitches across the front of the project was 69 stitches, and then the number of rows was 420 rows. Just, that kind of silliness. You could also knit on a flat. You can knit this flat. And now I'm going to take this off this and let me show you. I'll flip the machine around again so I can show you this before we move the machine out of the way again. Yeah, I know. Like, Mega Man has a ton of stories too. What's your question? Wifey, no fear, Mike. So there's a toggle right here. Right now it's in the down position, which is circular. If I flip it to the up position, it becomes flat knitting. So I can knit all the way here, and then it has a stop point. And then you can go all the way around the circle, knitting backwards now. So you're knitting the back row all the way around, and then it stops again. And then these 3 stitches right here, the black ones, get dropped every time. So you would end up with 43 stitches of plain stockinette flat. So it would be all purls on one side and all knits on the other. Flip it down again. Also, sometimes that switch gets hit, and then I'm trying to crank like I'm nobody's business knitting in the round, and then I just get like jerked to a stop. Sorry, we'll stop making it boob camera and move it back down to hand cam. It's a different kind of camera we're looking for. It's the hand camera experience. Oh, nope. First thing we're gonna do is pick up these 4 drop stitches. Artificer and Laurie, welcome! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's flip this camera around again so that it looks like my hands are in front of my body where it makes sense for them to be. Oh, let's see. Yeah, you could do nice theme colors for main Mario characters. Final Fantasy has a bunch of different stories. Orange, red, tail-ish if you have Scala, Chrono, Robo, Frog, Isla, Lean, and Magus from that game. Gold to light brown to maroon to black. Toad might look a bit like Mario, which wouldn't be a bad thing. Mario and Toad are the same kind of game series. Those are the colors in the logo. Ooh, that's neat. Taking the colors from the logo of a franchise instead of like other type of references. We did Majora's Mask and Mario 64 randomizers earlier. Fun. Sun Moon to be. Yes, a knitting stream. You almost never get to raid the Zeldathon team, but what are we knitting? I'm knitting a Link hat. You are absolutely correct. Here, let me move this kind of... Oh, bye! That was, There we go. It's a size 8 DPN. I'm gonna want that. Eventually. Yeah, so we just finished knitting with the knitting machine, and so I just open. I'll get my navel out of shot. I probably won't need those anymore, but we'll need this. And then I need another size of, I need my size 10 needle, which is the biggest one in this pouch right here. There we go. So, bit subs donations outside marathons help improve stream quality like alerts and layouts. I think that anything that goes to the stream outside of the charity marathons does go directly to like Zeldathon operating budget. So that would be included in anything that we would use. Maybe there would be like a software thing, maybe like hosting a server costs money and it would go towards that. It would be utilized in that way, but not for a specific charity. It would be to make Zeldathon better at doing its job of hyping up charities. You know that approximate noise you try to crochet looks constantly. Yes. Luke says, my neighbor kid practices violin and I don't know whether to be mad at the noise or impressed that they're getting pretty good. Probably both. Like, I loved that my brother had a drum set and that he was willing to practice at home. I was just sad that he would only do it during times that I was trying to take a nap on the couch in the same room. So, like, I don't know if any of you played instruments at all in your life, but particularly when you were kids. And, like, you kind of need to practice and you're kind of really terrible. But, you know, if you're living close enough that you can enjoy the experience, your capacity to have perspective like, man, you're getting better. I am going to grit my teeth and continue to experience this as you practice, I think is a really kind way of you approaching that situation. Sun Moon to be. What are your thoughts of a Breath of the Wild Pokemon hybrid they announced today? I know nothing of this announcement. Oh dear, my parents probably wanted to throw my clarinet out the window. Probably so. My mother would have wanted to throw my trombone out the window if she hadn't spent so much money on it. Yes. My brother is naturally better at... Oh, let's see if we can shed a little light on this. Oh, that's much better. A little glary on the glasses, but it will live. We have an electric piano, so you have the luxury of not disturbing anyone and you practice with headphones. It's true. My buddies who play guitar will sometimes just plug in a headphone so that they can just listen to themselves, and the sound of just like the actual like acoustic smack of the electric strings against the body doesn't kind of reverberate in the same like share sound with other people way. I just wonder if you sometimes wish your room was soundproof. Sometimes. I'll do that. Just looks like a wild area and sword and shield. You play a lot of instruments. Your job is to repair them. That's super cool. That's awesome. You have a mega passion for music. I love that. I love when people have passion. Honestly, like I'm the kind of person who gets excited when other people are excited about things. Like I don't have to understand. So like say my friends who are software programmer type people, and they get on a topic and they're like exchanging a lot of things, and I don't really understand what the conversation is about, but I can see the fire in it, and I'm like, I'm here for this. I don't understand, but I will eat popcorn to this. Let's go. I will geek out about things as well, and I will super geek about fiber or crafting. I am nerdy about a lot of things. At work, people don't understand why I like video games at all. Aren't those for kids? What do you take me for? You think I'm an adult here? Just because I insist that you call me by my actual first name of Doctor? It doesn't make me a grown-up. Leave me be. Your headphones don't block your voice when you're recording a song. It's true. It sounds like watching curling during the Winter Olympics. There is a little tappy, especially because I'm using metal needles. So what's neat, in my opinion, is that these metal needles that I have now transitioned over to working with off of the knitting machine are made by the same company that made the knitting machine. I love Addy products. I love their needles because they're metal and very slippery, and so my stitches can move very quickly on them, which is a good thing for me because I'm knitting super fast. I don't like to have I don't like metal needles for whenever they're this style where there's nowhere to go but off of the stick. Metal ones of this variety drive me absolutely bonkers down because I can't make forward progress if all I'm doing is fixing mistakes. That's why I use wooden bamboo ones. They're very grabby. But for this, because there's like this whole cable situation here and I'm working with all of the working ends of the needles at all times, I'm not worried about the stitches slipping off. But like earlier, you saw I had to put 4 stitches back onto the needle because they slipped off. So because they're slippery. You went to, I'll eat popcorn to this, yes. With instruments, you've got the tree types with different resonance. You have all the different electric currents and the nerdy stuff. Yeah. So it's like watching an anime raw. Yes, it's like watching a television show in a language that you don't speak. Like you can see stuff that's happening. It's when you watch something that you can't truly understand, but you understand the feelings that are happening in it. And I have an empathetic character. I am one of those types of people. So that empathy doesn't just go to like my heart goes out to you whenever you're suffering. My heart also goes out to you whenever you're joyous. I love it. You detest most other materials. So my favorite crochet hooks, honestly, are these plastic ones by Susan Boyle. I have no idea if this will show up. Yeah, decently. Like, look how deep that crook is. And the neck is really, really narrow. Hi, other kitty cat! Oh my gosh, we're so doubly blessed. Come here. Hi, Nicole. Hi, kitty. Now, nobody laugh. She has conjunctivitis right now, so she's only opening one eyeball. Hi, Mama. Hi, Kit Kat. She says, I am not a cat. I am a parrot here. Guys, my baby girl, this is Neko Coon. She's an all black kitty cat, and she likes to put her foot right into my bra and sit on my shoulder. Hi, Mama. Hi, Kit Kat. Where's my baby girl? And my sickly one with your eye infection. Look at your squinty eye. Metal crochet hooks are really nice. The plastic ones are very grabby as well. Now I find that though I knit very loosely, I crochet bulletproof. So having the metal ones, I struggle to get into the space of the stitch without splitting my fiber. So I just found a snag on my fingernail. She's a scarf cat for sure. She doesn't realize I have a whole lap. It's big enough for just not one, but both kitties can sit on my lap simultaneously there. She's one closed eye, one open eye. Get over here. Over here. See, she's got an eye infection. Yes, she is like an anime cat. She also has like no ears. She's a Scottish fold. And everything that the internet tells you about Scottish folds is completely true. She sits like a human being. Like she just sits on her rump with her 2 legs in front of her, and then she kind of slouches her whole upper body with her 4 paws in front of that. It's alright. It's good practice to like apologize for misgendering animals, because I like to extrapolate that to not misgendering humans. But I like their poor vet. Like I think that in the records she's like listed as a boy cat. I'm like, she was not neutered, she was spayed. This is a girl. But people will call and be like, how's he doing? And I'm like, I don't know who you're talking about. We have all girl cats. The only boy we have in this entire house is a human male child. And we call him Naked Cat, but that's just because it's a funny joke about how he acts like a cat most of the time. Girl, are you cozy? Are you comfortable? Can you please not claw me? Oh, I could have put my pronouns on the layout. I could have done that. Didn't think of it. We are not going to be done with this hat in 15 minutes, I don't think. Maybe. No, I don't think so. We're just going to keep knitting. Can you hear her? She's like, rumble, rumble. Brr, brr. What would be nice is if her sister came in now and I could have one in my lap and one in my shirt. And I would be so cozy, it would be so warm, and they would be so happy. So this is the kind of knitting that we say in Norway, purring. Yes, she's purring. She's purring a ton. I can knit this basically without looking. Like I can knit this with my eyes closed. Yes. Now just, you have to remember the TOS. Don't pull on my shirt too much. Zip this up a little bit more in case she gets spicy. She's so loud and so warm. Define romantic without the word romance. That's the thing. It's a very tricky thing to say, because it's a type of love that is not necessarily sexual, but it is very intimate. Connection, intimacy, connection. When's the next stream tonight? Is there another stream tonight? Oh, let me see if I can pull up the schedule. Oh, mercy. Pulling on my headphone. Okay. No, I don't have. Nope, there's not another stream tonight. I have something else tonight, but it ain't here. It's not on Twitch. There are many types of attraction. There are like 4, 5, 6 types of love. Promoting a deep personal connection between people that goes beyond friendship. There's a reason I keep an emery board inside my painting kit. Is because I usually find little tiny scratchy scrabblies in my nails in that setting. The deepest love. So agape, I would say, is that's the love that lays down his life for a friend. That's the unconditional love, and it's not necessarily erotic. So erotic love is kind of on those kind of sexual romance lines that Leah's kind of talking about. Agape love is this sacrificial love, this like altruistic love. There is filial love, which is the love that you have for your brother, your like loyalty to your, and this is like your biological, or you're like your brother in arms, like your compatriots. There's storge love, which is the love of a parent for their child, and not in like there is a complex named after a Greek deity kind of way, and like the functional attachment where like a child feels safe in a space because they have this love from their parent. Ludus love, which is kind of that flirty, like ludus means like learning, so it's like that early initial like infatuation, attachment. Like, where's the line between platonic and romantic love? I think that depends a lot on communicating with whatever person or persons you are defining the parameters with. That's I think an important thing to do in relationship, in community, in relationship. It's important to communicate. Yes, agape love is often used to describe, now in the Christian faith, which is the one I'm most familiar with, the love of Christ, where he would lay down his life for his brothers, or he would do things for people because he loved them so much. So I don't think it's a deity it's named after. It's just a mythological creature. I mean, like not like storage is not like an Oedipus complex, where like you have a pathological erotic attachment with your biological parent. Is that a kitty on your shoulder? It is indeed. She has invited herself to be a part of the party, and she wants to be my scarf. And so I have her all tucked in here tight. Her name is Neko. Here. Come on. Neko. Look at the camera. Come here. Please don't scratch me. Anyway, she lives here now. She's just lazily purring in my ear and sitting inside my shirt. Hi, Mama. Neko cat, like Neko the wafer. Neko like Japanese for cat. N-E-K-O. Ow, ow. The other one is named Po, which is short for Popoki, which is the Hawaiian word for cat. So, I'm super clever. They're both named Cat. You're welcome to ask. Pretty sure Oedipus wasn't a deity, just a human. Okay, yeah. Apologies. Thank you for clarifying. But yeah, like named after a something that there are Levitical laws against. Which, what a good kitty. She is a delightful kitty, even in her misery right now. And she forgives me twice a day when I give her medications, because I have to give her a yucky liquid medicine, and then I give her a yucky eyeball medicine. Well, I mean, I guess they're both liquids. Liquid medicine she has to drink, and so I give her a syringe of yucky stuff to drink, and then I put medicine in both her eyeballs twice a day because of the conjunctivitis. Your cat's pretty much named Blackie in Irish Gaelic. Oh, I love it. I love animal names. Because, like, the ones with stories, like, I named him Kurt because that's when he was named at the vet. Like, to steal Gannon's story. Like, why Kurt? It's such an interesting, it's a human name. You know, like, Doug's cats were named Willow and Boogie when he got them. But, like, Willow still had meaning to him and Boogie still had meaning to him, so he kept the names. Your cat's a black cat too, and like similarly creative in their seating arrangements. Oedipus was a Greek hero who found out he had accidentally done some stuff with his mom, so he tore out his eyes and killed himself. Thank you, Bob Kilu. Thank you for Thank you. That's what we needed. It was a Greek story, but not a Greek deity. That's okay. Oh, this one has words. I'm probably gonna skip it. Bye. Not that it's a bad song, it's just I'm the words here. I'm the words now. Yeah, we're not gonna be done with this in 10 minutes. I love this song in particular. When I first embarked on streaming, oh my gosh, my stream anniversary is in a couple of weeks. I don't think I'm home on the exact day because my very first stream that I did by myself was on St. Patrick's Day and I'm working that day. But I think it's my 4th anniversary of solo streaming. Ashley's song is one of my favorites, but yeah, words don't make it. It'd be great if we just sat and enjoyed it together, but if I went silent for a while, people might be confused. Thank you. Yes, I will have been streaming on my own for 4 years. That seems wild to me. Girl, you comfy? Are you good with your head under my head like that? Yes. What? No, now I'm like, when is mine? I don't know. I remember because I had a shamrock shake at my first stream, and because I went back and counted. It's been a wild 4 years, my friends. And my favorite clip is still the one when my kid was a little tyke and he fell and racked himself on the seat a little bit, and he used the anatomically correct term for the body part that he hit whenever he hurt himself falling down. And it sounded like the word Venus, the planet, but he didn't say that. It's very funny. But now he wants, anytime that he's in front of the computer, he looks at the camera and says, "Oh, hey guys, what are we gonna do today?" And I'm like, "You little streamer memer." He loves it. I think, was it last time? I think the last time I streamed, it was just him and me goofing off. I think he had the hot seat and I sat off to the side a little bit. Get ready to pack it up, East Coast. It's almost 5 o'clock. It's the end of a work week for those of you in which that means something. Those words matter to you. That's so cool. Artificer Alari. You're giving me kisses. You're sweet. Time is an illusion, particularly 2020. Please don't lick my hair. We don't need hair dolls. Oh. That's my earbud. Why are you licking my face? I don't lick your face. No? I don't lick your face. my ear, second earbud. Thank you, kindly. You. Yep. What? Like, why do you keep talking? Why aren't you petting me? Why are you knitting? What's happening? You're gonna feed me, right? Have you ever been fed ever in your whole life? No. That is very, very, very. Oh, I don't want that to be permitted. Hang on. Can I go in here in mod mode? No, I can't. Who else is a mod? Twister, if you're still here, Twister! Twister, rescue me! Help rescue me! What was that noise? Someone's coinked against my, my gutter. Alright. Writing myself a sticky note to go in with the mod settings later, because I am a moderator on this stream. Alright. Future me has to realize what I mean when I read that sticky note. Where are you going? Where are you going? You trying to get me to stop moving my arm? It's not happening. Purr, purr. Click, 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 click. Click. What else? What else? Let's find a new topic of conversation, those of you that are still hanging out. Any new games coming out that you're excited about? New Smash characters that you're... Thank you, Phonic. Bless you. I can get rid of my remove liquor post-it note now. I can't log in mod mode because I have chat popped out, and that's a non-mod feature. What you looking at? You love retro gaming. Have like 14,000 games on a SNES Classic. Love that. We didn't have a SNES. So like my games history, we started with an NES when I was little. And before that, we had computer games. Like, I started playing games on an Atari 400 and a Commodore 64. And then we had an NES, and we skipped the SNES and went straight to the 64. And then after the 64, we got a GameCube, and around that time, I went to college. And then I had a Wii, and I had a DS. You hear the sound of like a ladder clanging against my house, right? Like this is not an auditory hallucination. Oh, you know what? That's probably a truck next door. They're still doing. There's a lot of neighborhood cleanup that they're doing, but that's probably like a clattering of a top of a container for all the yard debris that got hauled into a central location. Maybe it's not my gutter. When you close the top, you slowly decrease the number of stitches. It always kind of amazes me how the stitching never really looks like it changes the pattern exactly on hats, but somehow closes up. Yes, that is exactly what I'm doing. Let me finish this row and I will show you the side. So you can see I am every other row. I am going down by 2 stitches on my stitch count across the row. Isn't Friday garbage day? Nope. Tuesday's garbage day at my house. Tuesday. So right here, waving aloha, I have these stitches that look a little bit different. And so I just took 2 stitches and I'm making them down into 1. Yep. It's regionally dependent, and every other Tuesday is recycling day. So here's the side of the hat, and it is starting, it's a little soon to be able to see, but it's starting to go down here, and it's all lined up right here on this row, so that I have this row of stitching that's kind of going like this. All these other stitches are just kind of casually disappearing into this stripe that's going at a diagonal along the side. And I'm going to keep doing that until I get down to 6 stitches. And then, because of the way that I'm doing this, instead of doing it, because you can, many people will make a hat and just keep going round and around and around in the spiral. I do it flat, and then I put a seam, like I connect it. I just sew the back of it together. Do I have a site where I sell the links? I do have an Etsy. I'm on like perma vacation, but I do sell them. I sell them on commission. I will ship them internationally. Probably the best way to do it is to reach out to me on Twitter. If that's something that you're interested in, or you want to send somebody my way. All of my stuff like is this. You do have Discord. Well, if you're in the Zeldathon team server, I'm in there. You can like at me in the general, and I can we can connect that way if you'd like. You're looking forward to Skyward Sword HD in July. Yes. Your entire feed was hatred for Skyward Sword, and it's discouraging. I hear that it's going to be a way to play that's not just waggle vision, like you don't just have to play with the Wiimote, so that's exciting. You're kind of a hippie when it comes to social media. I have secured my username on Snapchat. I'm not good at using it. Same goes for Instagram. I also have my name on TikTok, but I don't have a TikTok. Like, I have never uploaded anything, but I did record about 20 seconds of myself in selfie mode in vertical that I could, in theory, upload to TikTok and actually debut on TikTok with some content, which would be ludicrous and a very silly, like, at work, my mask failed. Thankfully, I had 2 masks on at the time, but my mask kind of imploded. And it was very funny. And so I took a little video talking about how my mask broke. I think that having, reintroducing another generation to Skyward Sword and having the controls be different is a good idea. Narvik, that's a good point. Like, a lot of our communication can be a lot of hyperbole. Don't let the thought escape your mind. Come on, Mojo. Skyward Sword actually introduced you to the Zelda series. That's wonderful. You have salmon. Excellent, Darkette Lamb. Salmon and coffee. Let's go. Now you should be able to finish your work. Let's go. Skyward Sword is really fun if you can play without motion controls. That some people were just like, that bounced hard off of the motion controls. That might be great. Narvik's here. Let's go. Would hope for more in a Skyward Sword HD. Don't know if you'll pay full price. There you go. there are moments, like, here's an example. Like, Narvix bounced off it a little bit. Like, I don't know. It seems fine. I like the game. I don't know that I would want to pay $60 for a remake of a game I already have. But it's very different than, like, oh, I can't believe it. We should go lynch the makers. Blah, 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 blah. Hi, Yeti. Hi, Glenn. Sorry you're coming in. It's such a weird part of the conversation. Like, that's a great example of, like, how to approach things. Like, you bounce off something, you could either, like, not share your opinion at all on social media. Like, what are you adding to the conversation? Or you could be like, this isn't for me, but I can see where, like, for accessibility, this would be good. Or, like, getting a new generation interested in a console that they can access this game on. Welcome, Yeti. This is Mojo, and this is Mojo's cat stuck inside Mojo's shirt. And we are knitting prizes for the next Zeldathon event. I am knitting a Link cat. And we're playing Zeldathon Community. I'm doing my usual stream style. I don't like to have a stream schedule, so it's not like I'm doing my same stream on my same time and just in a different place. I don't have a set time, except, I mean, kind of this time of day is my time. I like to stream in the midday European-friendly time. It's not great for viewers who work. I'm not certainly trying to grow. I don't want to compete with the prime timers, and in the evenings, I just got stuff to do. I got a kid to take care of. Your first game was Zelda 1 on the 8-bits. My first was Zelda 1 on the NES as well. Salmon, baked potato, broccoli, garlic toast. Excellent. We are having salad with homemade vinaigrette, and I haven't decided if I'm making poutine or if I am making sweet potatoes, or if I'm gonna make zucchini fritters. Because what I try to do whenever I'm home, because I travel every, like, once a week I travel. And Zelda 1, the first, Link to the Past, the first one you played a lot. And Zelda 2 is scary. It's true. Cat sure can cling. Is she absorbing my energy? Well, she's certainly she's a space heater. You had a very nice chicken salad last night. Zelda 1 was your first. Yes. Hi. This kitty is so comfy. Hi, Mama. What's up, Buttercup? She's starting to snore. She's so cozy. She's dangling like she's like one of those toddlers in a carrier now. Like, she's like just asleep and all splayed. Blark, blark. What's up, phone? Link's Awakening is the first one you played. You never owned a NES. Oh, thanks. Speaking of TikTok, somebody that I follow is live. Good for them. Excellent news. I think last stream I got a phone call in the middle of it, but it was good. It was work related. So I got to just mute and scoot away and let us play. What were we doing? We were building Lego. How hard is cleaning cat and dog fur? Oh, it depends. We just kind of live with the cat fur for the most part. But we have like special combs and scrubbers to try to static clean grab it. She sheds like, whoa, and her undercoat is white. So my house is covered in white fur, even though I have a black cat. Did I just hear that other cat? Are we gonna be doubly blessed for real? Popo. I don't know if I can, oh my goodness. I don't know if I can juggle this. I don't know if I can handle all the cuteness. Come here. Come here, Mama. Hi, kitty. She's like, I do not approve. I don't want to be a part of any of your nonsense. Neko, what are you thinking? Why do you like this? OT connected with you so much. The first game you ever played was Wizards and Warriors 2 on the NES. Oh, maybe. It's been a while since you had a dog. Yeah. OOT was your WoW. You were around 8. What did we have? We had Spy vs. Spy, and we had Fisher-Price Firehouse Rescue, and we had Balderdash, and we had, of course, the Mario and Duck Hunt, and we had Mega Man 2, which was so hard, and we got Battletoads, which was so hard, and we had a Game Genie for that. My brother has our original NES, I think, because that like the mechanism to lock the cartridge down doesn't work anymore, so you have to put it in with a Game Genie, or else it won't read the cartridge. We had Ninja Gaiden, XEXYZ, Caveman Games, which is like a Olympic events, but it's supposed to like how you can make it funny with Neanderthals. Mega Man 3 has great music. I mean, I like Mega Man 2 because that's the one that we had, so those are the songs that I remember, and it is super good. But yeah, like the Mega Man Capcom franchise has incredible music. Look, she's just like she's not oh, there we go. She's not doing anything to hold on here. She's just draped. She's slowly disappearing into my blouse. Got a dip for the night. I will not still be live in 2 hours. It will not be me, Narvik. Maybe it'll be Doug. But such a pleasure having your company. I always cherish getting to spend time with you. I miss you very much, my friend. Take care. Have a lovely day. I'll see you the next time I see you, probably in Doug chat. Hi, Nat. Come here. Come here. No, 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 don't go behind it. Thank you. Don't go behind the curtain. You're not us. She's back. She's out. Good old Doug. I'm looking forward to meeting you IRL again. Saving money has officially started. I love that, Narvik. I would love to. The next time I see you, I would love to treat you to a meal or some hangout time. I would love that. You'll smell so much better. It's true. I won't be allergic to you anymore. It'll be great. Good old Doug. Good old Doug. Let's gas Doug up again in his absence. He might be awake by now. I don't know if he's planning to. His streams usually start a little bit later. You made my nose so itchy just now, kitty cat. Dangling. It's a good thing I zipped up and sit here so high, my dear. You're debating adding a shot of whiskey to this coffee. It should be the weekend after all. Are you able to... I have my cat carrier sitting on the desk now so she doesn't pull on my clothes quite as hard. But it certainly looks like a bizarre little... Got my tummy on top of the table now. Argot Lamb, if you are able to work with a little bit of whiskey in your coffee, I think that should be fine. If you are going to be impaired and unable to do your job, the reason that you're drinking the coffee this late, maybe I wouldn't do it. I don't think there's many. You're the star of the show now. Let's get you a little better in frame, Cat. I fully expect I can do this ask a little sloshed. I mean, if a shot of whiskey is all it takes to get you a little sloshed, good on you, man. You sound like a little bit of a cheaper date. I respect you and your capacity to make responsible decisions. So. Yeah. One shot of whiskey is not going to be enough. I refuse to drink on the clock, but that's because I also have to like drive for my job. And I would hate for somebody to come around and be like, hey, you were incapable of making the proper medical decisions and somebody's life was damaged or ended because of it, so don't do it. It's just a choice thing. I know people who drink wine with dinner routinely and they're like, I can have a glass of wine, and I'm like, that's good for you. That's good. It's a choice that I choose not to. I'm not telling you how to live your life. If you are not a danger to yourself or others, fine. But this this is on the spectrum of I'm not yucking your yums. In return, please do not yuck mine. Also, that's a valid life choice. It is, and it's a choice. I don't drink a lot. How do people live off of caffeine? The same way as someone who lives on caffeine, but without a socially acceptable addiction to caffeine. I don't use caffeine. I mean, I get it in like chocolate, I guess, but I don't drink coffee. I don't drink soda or pop. I haven't been drinking a lot of tea recently. I had a tea last week during the storm. I had some black tea, just because that's the tea bag that I grabbed whenever I was heating up water. So, I'm not a big drinker. I drink like maybe once a year. But like the event that I drink at didn't happen this year because of the pandemic. Cat, would you like you to revise your life choices? Thank you. Card in particular is already dead. Can't possibly harm it more than this person already did. Oh no! What a bummer! What a bummer final project for your week. What a capstone. Barf. Yes, is up. Oh, too close to the eyelashes. Hang on. There we go. Oh, I was going to count this row and I forgot to start counting. Oh well. Maybe next row. See how close we are to being finished. Mostly sticks to something like pineapple juice. Oh, that sounds fun. I don't even drink a lot of juice. I drink a lot of bubbly. I like flavored seltzer water, but I don't want the caffeine, but I want something more than just still water. If you have some days off, you'll probably drink a bit, but if you have a bunch, yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm probably gonna plan a hangout with my friends, and over the course of that hangout, you know, I'm gonna spend a couple hours with them, and I'm probably gonna drink an entire bottle of champagne by myself. And for a little part of that time, I'm not gonna be in a good place to be like expected to operate a motor vehicle or make very important decisions. But then my liver will process all the alcohol that I consume, and I will go back to normal. But it's a choice. It's been 33 days without alcohol. Today you'll have around 3 or 4 beers. Yeah. I had champagne on New Year, and then before that, the last time that I drank before that was like January of 2019. Or I guess January of 2020. Carbonation hurts your tongue. Yeah. You remember when the first time he used to drink coffee at work was actually at 8:52, which is some sort of alcoholic coffee. It was a mistake someone had made. They forgot to mention it to me before you got it. Oh no! You've not actually mixed this whiskey with coffee before, and it's dangerously tasty. Whiskey and coffee are both acquired tastes that I did not acquire. So enjoy, and I will enjoy it with my mirror neurons and not with my taste buds. Probably genetic. That's fair. I have cilantro for one of my recipes this week, and I was like asking my roommate, like, okay, so what do you think about cilantro? She's like, well, it doesn't taste like soap, but it like doesn't taste like anything. It's like, okay. I forgot to count that row too. Dang it. Well, every time I forget to count, it's 2 stitches shorter. Sometimes I'll be doing this and I'll get an odd number, which is not compatible with the pattern, which means that I have made a mistake, and then I have to go tear back and figure out where the mistake was. This happens with fair frequency. Why aren't you in focus? Can you look at my face? Hello? Do you need a white balance? Has it always been like this? What food am I most sensitive to? I am a super taster, so I am very sensitive to spice. And I have a texture thing. And I don't eat meat or fish because I don't like how it feels. It's not necessarily that I feel bad for the animals, though I am glad to have less of a carbon footprint and water consumption for the foods that I eat than for the foods that are eaten by the food that I eat if I were a meat eater. But I don't like spice. Try to adjust my light. Please. Let's turn this light off and see what happens. Nothing. Is it? Are we distracted by it? I'm distracted by it whenever I look at the feed, but perhaps that is my vanity speaking. You know what? Maybe it's you. Maybe you're why we're a little... No autofocus. Properties. With eggs, you can only stand egg whites. Oh, uh-oh. I'm gonna stop messing with it. We're just gonna deal. We're just gonna live with it. I'm going to be a little bit filtered. Okay, for people who don't have the soap gene, why does cilantro feel waxy? Like on the mouth feel, or like, because I don't have the soap thing. My ex-husband has the soap thing. I just don't like cilantro doesn't do anything to elevate a dish for me, so I usually don't bother. Mojo, count. Sometimes candles give you migraine. Yes, I'm sensitive to a lot of smells. My roommate likes to use really like heavily scented Gain laundry detergent, and it does. It smells for days afterwards. It smells fresh out of the washer for days, except that fresh out of the washer gives me a headache. I am one of those people with like, I'm allergic to a little bit of everything, like plants and trees and pollen and stuff like that. I'm a tiny bit allergic to cats. I am allergic to dogs. I'm allergic to a little bit of everything. My ex-husband is allergic to everything but horses. Everything on the test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We are very close to the end of this hat. Migraines are the pits. I got migraines so I got a concussion in college, and while I was recovering from my concussion, I would get migraines while my brain was healing from the trauma, from my traumatic brain injury. And they were the pits. I was so glad that I only had them temporarily while my brain healed after getting injured. Because I cannot imagine having them routinely. They're the worst. Pretty sensitive to taste, and cilantro tastes fresh, but has to do, the texture is weirdly waxy, and that's why you... Oh, that makes sense. That's... If you hear an untuned piano or guitar, you feel pain in your body. That sounds possible, considering your line of work and your passion for music. I feel like that it makes sense that it would extrapolate to music that is musical and not just a travesty. Just dangling here, being my buddy, my stream friend. Yesterday, I decided to take a nap. So my kid didn't go to school yesterday because he had to go to have his well appointment for like his annual checkup. And so he played hooky all day. And partway into the day, I was like, I would like to take a nap for an hour. It turned into 2.5 hours. And right before my nap started, I grabbed her and tucked her into my arm. And 2.5 hours later, my entire arm was dead, and I was afraid that I would never get it back because she never moved. She was like, we just straight chillin' and cosin' right now. She's just my snuggly, buggly baby. The smell of car AC bugs you after at least an hour because your sinuses. Oh, rough. Oof. Can't imagine. I spent a lot of time on planes, even in the pandemic. In this economy and this pandemic, I still have to fly to get to work. If I had trouble with like canned air, I would be so in trouble. I would just be miserable all the time. What even M cars right now, right? You don't have the soap gene, but you're not a fan of the flavor. Yeah. I do. I knit very quickly. So, like, I knit fast with the machine, but I knit fast manually. And it's because, in part, you see how when I pick up a stitch, I don't have to let go of anything? That's a big part of where the speed comes from. And so that's called picking up the yarn. So I never have to take my hands off the needles. I never have to take my hands off the yarn. It just, everything stays the same, stays stationary. And I will try to demonstrate the other way to you when I get onto the front. It's too hard for me to do purl-wise. Skill level 99. I've been knitting, I relearned knitting for the third time in my life in 2007. So I have been knitting again now for 14 years. So I've had a lot of practice. And I make this particular hat. I probably made 300 to 500 of this hat. All right, so the other way that you can do this is like where you take it, you let go, you make the stitch, you go in, you let go, you put the yarn around, you make the stitch. That seems inefficient to me, but it's the way many people knit. One of them's called European and one of them's called Continental, and I can't remember which one's which, but I think that Continental is picking. Let's ask the internet. Which one is continental? Picking or throwing? Picker refers to continental knitting, where you hold the yarn in your left hand and pick it with the tip of your needle to make the stitch. Thrower is the English knitting, where you hold the yarn in your right hand and throw it or wrap it around the needle. Now, I knit left-handed. So where it says where you hold the yarn in your left hand and pick it up with the tip of your needle, that means where you hold it in your right hand, which is what I'm doing. Press 1 of grapefruit tastes bitter to you. I love grapefruit, even though it is bitter. For some reason, to people, it's impossible to not like cilantro unless you have the gene. Cilantro is the flower from coriander seed. We, in English, we give it a different name. I love grapefruit. I love how sour it is. I don't mind that it's bitter. I don't have to like put a bunch of sugar on it to eat it. Yes, coriander leaves. But some people don't like them. And some people say that you can only not like them if they also just feel like soap on your tongue. But that's not true. All you taste is the bitterness. Well, it has wonderful complex flavors, and I find it frankly refreshing. I enjoy it very much. We are almost done with this hat. We are going to finish after the hat because I don't want to start and not finish the dice bag on stream, but I will use this to make... I love that there's so much difference in the human race. We're so different, and yet it's like Pokemon. We are still all just one species. But does it refresh Frank? I'm sure it does. You'll have to ask him. I think that having a variety of humans in terms of their interests and climate preferences and skills and such is what makes us so successful as a society. We have the capacity to be like, you know, I am not good at a lot of jobs. I couldn't be a musician or tuning musical instruments for my profession. I can't do what Argetlum does with computers and software. I feel like I'm well suited for the career path that I have and the way that serves humanity as a whole. And a lot of other people are like that, who have, you know, we use our talents together to make a greater good. This is the last row of the hat, by the way. I give you way too much credit. Mojo 21. We're like Pokemon, different yet the same. I went to a science protest and I wanted to have a sign that like Pokemon and Mendelian genetics have told me that just because somebody's skin is a different color than mine doesn't mean that they aren't also human, because we can breed and make fertile offspring. That's not a great slogan. That's weird. I have no aptitude when it comes to computers. I get by on wishes and prayers and guidance from other people and like trying to mimic what other people have done. Disagree is a great slogan. It doesn't rhyme, it's not very short, it doesn't fit on a sign well, but it is absolutely true. Okay, we are down to 6 stitches. Waving aloha if you're still here. I'm going to seam this now so you'll be able to see. Your particular job could be done by a suitably trained chimpanzee. In theory, my job could be done by a suitably trained computer program. But the thing is, it really can't be, and that's why I'm still necessary. Pattern recognition, not programming or anything. A lot of my job is pattern recognition, but it's also motivational interviewing. I do a lot of education. I do primary prevention as my job. So I'm just going to, right now, so this is the very end. We've tapered all the way. So if you lay this kind of flat, Echo, hold this for me, please. You can see that it just comes down to a point. So here are the sides, and I design it so that the sides kind of come together, but it kind of looks like just the middle just kind of disappears into the sides. But it's still open in the back. And this is not a desirable look, so I'm going to do something, an additional thing. Disagree is a great slogan. I love that. It did steal it. It is not, I don't think it was original, but it also is, it sums up my feelings about race kind of nicely. Like, excuse me, scientifically speaking, we're all human beings, so go away. You could take your racism and kindly see it elsewhere. Goodbye. There are lots of things that, like, yeah, anybody could do it, but, like, anybody could do it with a lot of training and practice, and you've done that already. Or, like, I made bumpers for the last side quest, and all I did was I recorded a bunch of video, and then I was like, hey, I'm stuck now. I can't do anything with this, but here were my ideas, and here's the footage that I got. Can you turn them into videos? And Abra sat there for, in, like, 40 minutes. He made, like, 7 bumpers. And I was just like, my jaw's kind of hanging a little bit wide. And I'm like, thank you again for sharing your talent. He's like, I know how to do this. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, but seriously, like, watching you just go, okay, here, let's snip this and trim this, and let's do this effect, and let's add music, and let's check the timing, and let's watch through it real quick. And it's like, excuse me. You made that look really easy, but I know that the reason that you made that look easy is because you have a ton of practice. Like, it's not just talent, it's investment in the craft. Like, I have a doctoral degree. I've invested a lot of time in my craft. That's why, like, it looks easy to do what I do, or I make stuff that I do look easy, or it doesn't look like it causes me a lot of effort to do the tasks that I do to execute my job. That's because I've had a ton of practice doing it. I've been trained highly on how to take care of what I do. Like, I've been trained to do my job, and I feel like I've been trained very well. That's a big part of it. It's not just intellect. Though I certainly spent some time in med school being like, if one more person from, like, my high school reunion tells me, oh yeah, I think I could be a doctor, and it's like, no, I really don't think you could. I really don't think so. You're not with that. That's a big whim. You're like, man, I could do that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe this is just me being jealous. The fact that you think you can just do what I'm doing, and I'm working my Heineken off doing it. Also, like to thank the Zellathon graphics team for being able to whip up something in like 20 minutes. No kidding. They're so good. Man, you've been doing this since 2018, so you can knock these out in your sleep. Yeah. Like, I've been knitting this hat since I knitted the ones by hand first in 2016. So I've probably been knitting them on the machine since 2017. So, I've had 5 years to get really good at this exact pattern that I wrote. Like, I designed this hat from my own, to serve my own interest and need. Girl, seriously. She's like sleeping on my arm. Random question. What's something you wish school taught you? We talked about this earlier. I wish school was better at teaching people realistically about how money works in a capitalist society and like how to take care of that. I wish my school was better at teaching people about how to communicate with one another, but I think that that's just like a life thing that people have to learn. I wish I learned how to study in school, but I was smart. I was clever and talented and gifted, and so I never had to learn how to apply myself. And so then when school kept getting harder and harder, I was less and less excellent, and it made me worry that it was something wrong with me. And the only thing that was wrong with me is that I had no capacity to study. I don't know how to study. I still don't know how to study. I'm crap at it. Knowledge is a circle. If you go too deep in a skill only, you'll get stuck. It's kind of surface dive on a bunch of skills. Gathering a bunch of skills. And then you can experience all of those things. Interesting. Wish school had taught me actual good study habits, like how to sleep while appearing to be awake. Yeah. It's so true, though. Gifted kid problems. Let's go. I was watching TikTok, and somebody's like, if you're a gifted kid who had a emotionally distant parent, and I was like, I don't like this picture at all. Why did you post it online? It's of me. I didn't consent to this. You missed a knitting stream. No! It's almost over, too. You fell victim to a nap. There will be a VOD. I also am going to upload that. I did a local recording just in case this gets muted. So we can still have it on the YouTube. Viewing at home doesn't help me. Yeah, I stink. I stink at reading. I stink at retention. I'm not good at studying at all. Hi, fam, my darling, how are you? Do you see this lump of a cat that I am currently coexisting with? Now, the hat's over. The seam is done. See, this big fat seam is on the inside. You won't be able to... Are you leaving? Would you like to go? You were so deeply entrenched inside of my clothing. I think you just have to stay until the end of the stream. There are terms of service, you see. We must abide by them. I cannot risk you flashing my skin. Never forget, your teachers thought I was so gifted they wanted me to skip a grade when I was in grade 1, but then you almost failed math in grade 12 rather. Yikes. Feeling emotion against when people who nerd something, if you show the passion, the people have the passion, you can learn it. Yeah, but like people who just like, I felt dismissed, honestly. Like, oh yeah, I think I could be a doctor, and I'm like, I don't know. I have seen your work ethic. I don't know that you could be a doctor, frankly, because I know it's a crap load of work, and I can barely handle all the work that it is, and I am quote unquote built for this. I'm made for this kind of education. Who controls raids? Nobody. If a channel editor were here, we would be able to do a raid. But ooh, cat hair right in my nostril. Yikes. Maybe I'm getting a little bit better about that. Ilya's here. We could do a raid. Amazing. I'm sorry that I forgot that would be something that would fall into your purview, Ilya. So sorry about that. I made a local recording. I'll upload it and send it to who? Tyler knows, probably. Who's even streaming? La da 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 ba, da, da, da. We're gonna be done just in time. Like, I'm gonna tear down a little bit, probably shotgun this entire sleeve of Thin Mints, and then go pick up the goose from school. I think that standardized testing doesn't teach you anything, because you're trying to teach to a test and you're teaching ineffectively to a test. You love this color? I do too. It's called grass. And it is gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous green. So bright and verdant. Springy-timey. Yeah? What was that? What's that noise, cat? Oh, give me the whole stitch, please. Please and thank you. Perfect. Yes, it's a heightened skill with doctors. But there's so much other things you could do and become. Also, if the world broke down, just one skill won't do you any good for survival. I mean, I can also, like, I can cook and I can make things with fabric. I can make fabric and then make things with it. So help me, cat. Do not go behind my curtain. I'll cry. I will cry so much. I have like 5 more minutes of stuff. Do you want to come up here? Do we want to give them the double? Started to have a thing for mint green. You can stitch a wound, I bet, and clean it. Oh yeah, absolutely. I have. What does the red yarn do? That was my provisional yarn. I'm actually going to take it off right now. And what's super nice about this is I can just, if I pull on the exact right spot, it just completely comes off of the green. So it's how to survive in the woods if need. I mean, I was a Girl Scout for years, 12 years, something like. Doesn't mean that I will ever know how to apply that knowledge. So now, there's no pink anymore. And I'm just going to weave in this final end. And this hat will be completely done, start to finish, over the course of the stream. Who texted me? But I know exactly who was texting me. Boop. The whiskey coffee's gone, and now it's sad. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Glad that you learned this new flavor combination was pertinent to your interests. He's a coffee bean. He's coffeenated. We are almost done here, my friends. This cat is melting slowly but surely. She's like disintegrating into the environment. Well, Neko, thank you for joining us. There's occasionally blood in your caffeine stream. Yes. That's it. I did not build a scene with just my... We straight cozen. Almost 5 hours of Mojo time. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I have had an absolute... Look at your little... Your squinty face. Yeah. Thank you for joining me. This was so much fun. Do you want to pick a raid target, Ilya? And then we'll just go there. Let's go. It doesn't fill your brain with electricity, sort of. It's a really nice Friday. Thank you for everyone for being here. This was an absolute blast. If you think that this was super fun, please say something. Tell the Discord that you loved having Mojo around and you would want Mojo to do more knitting streams, because I would absolutely it would be the same thing. You know, we would sit and make stuff together and visit and probably have my cats. All I see is Etiquette and Bob Ross, but I don't have a very broad follow list. Mojo, tweet at the thing. Tell somebody. Tell Ilya. Go on Twitter and say thanks Valor. That's a Lindsay Pez joke. I know, I love me some Bob Ross. Come here. Come here, come here. No. Now, girls. Okay, alright. You be nice. You have to share me. I'm both of your mother. This was a wonderful time. Abra just went online. Yeah. Cats. They're siblings. You are... Hey, now. Hey. What is wrong? She's gone. She left the entire whole room. Almost said a swear. Hey. Hey. What is your deal? If you weren't... Alright. Hang on. Yeah. Sass McGee. Get out of here with your negativity, lady. Old lady. Oh, the hat did wonderful things for my hair. I certainly hope that there was nothing to see there. All right, let's raid Abra. Let's just tell him, do you want to do my where my stitches at? Mojo from Zeldathon community stream. Hey. I did almost do a swear. So there's that. So I'm going to do /me and put that in. And that, oh, I'm going to fail at that. And yeah, now it's time to shake it off. Go tell Abra hello. I am going to boot up his stream over here. Maybe my screen hasn't refreshed because he's absolutely on here, and so is Havo. So everybody here, let's do the outro screen. Everyone have a wonderful day. Thank you for everyone who's been a part of this the magic today. It's been a pleasure hosting the Zeldathon community stream. Check out Zeldathons on Twitter or Zeldathon on Twitch here, obviously. Check out the Discord, discord.app.com. I don't know. We should probably put the socials onto the splash screen. Anyway, everyone have a wonderful, wonderful time. And I'll see you next time. Bye bye. I'll wait for the raid to go off, and then we'll pop off. It'll be great.
But there's nothing our team can really do. Zeldathon with a raiding party of 29. Yo, Mojo with the raid. Yo. I gotta go get my Mojo hat. Alright, we're gonna get the Mojo hat on. Alright. Let's go.